Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the Monday Night Raw Watch Along on the 24th of March, 2025. This show is coming to you live from Glasgow over here in the UK, so a special one for us British fans, but I'm sure one that many fans around the world are going to enjoy it as well. I think we've got a good card to break down in a bit. We're going to get to some of the biggest stories in WWE leading into this Monday Night Raw. And then we'll hit you with the watch along. We're about an hour and a half away from Monday Night Raw starting. So if you're watching this on demand, basically we're going to give you a preview up until then. But you are, again, 90 odd minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. And, let's get into the show right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, so once again, we are just under 90 minutes away from Monday Night Raw kicking off. But before we get there, let's break down the card and again talk WWE news. Let's head straight into I think what the most interesting thing going in tonight is, and that's building off of what happened last week with John Cena and Cody Rhodes. They're basically promoting it the same way they did last week of, hey, look, they're going to be here. And that's pretty much all they're saying. Will we get something different? Will Cena this time have a new theme song or a new look? I don't know. I don't think we're going to get that. What we are going to get, hopefully, will be something a bit more kind of conclusive as far as why he did what he did at Chamber. Look, I enjoyed parts of his heel promo last week, but there's certainly things that I think were left out and we're lacking with it. Also, it looks like we are going to get an appearance from CM Punk tonight. WWE basically promising that he's going to be on the microphone, so it'd be interesting to see what he's got to talk about. We'll see how that plays into, of course, his match with or what you'd assume is going to be his match now at WrestleMania, Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns. I don't think it's official just yet. What is official, however, though, is the fact that we've got two Intercontinental title matches on one show. I don't know if that's happened before. Maybe it has, but of course the IC Women's title is a new one, so interesting to see what happens here, who comes out of this Monday Night Raw as the Intercontinental Champion in the Women's division. But also, again, we're going to see another one in the form of the Men's IC title being on the line as well. Bron Breakker, of course, defending up against Penta. We saw a fantastic show from Penta last week. Very surprised, I've got to be honest, that this match is happening already. I kind of assumed this might be something we have at WrestleMania, but no, a week later. You've got to give it to WWE. They're making their Raws and SmackDown kind of newsworthy when you have title matches and things like that as well. Now, also talking of newsworthy, who do you guys think is going to be Jey Uso's mystery tag team partner? Again, we're just under an hour and a half away from finding out who that will be, but a lot of speculation going around. Of course, the two biggest names, I think, surely is brother Jimmy, or because it's in Scotland, say his name, he appears. Will he appear, though? Joe Hendry, possibly going to be on Monday Night Raw tonight. It'll be interesting to see if that is the case. Aiden says, hello, where's your Scotland top? Aiden, good to see you, mate. No Scotland top for me, but look, I am wearing a British and Irish Lions top, and there it is, Scotland representation right there. Casper says, good evening, Scott. Looking forward to seeing John Cena. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, again, what he actually does do tonight. Will it be different to what we saw last week, or is it going to be more of the same? Aiden says maybe Joe Hendry or Grado, of course, talking about that mystery partner for Jey Uso. I don't see it being Grado. It would be a fun little pop as well, don't get me wrong, but I think if anyone Scottish is answering that call, it's going to be Joe Hendry. Of course, Drew McIntyre as well, but I don't see Drew and Jay teaming up anytime soon. Do you? Aiden's wearing his Scotland top. Cool. Good to hear, mate. Are Scotland playing tonight as well, by the way? Of course, I know England are, but hey, I'm going to be missing it because I'm going to be spending it with you lovely Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew members, of course. Really excited to break down again what looks to be quite an interesting card. Aiden says we can believe. Yeah, hopefully. I got to say, I do hope it is Joe Hendry. We'll touch on why a little bit more as we get throughout the stream. Again, we're about just under an hour and a half away from the show actually starting, and we're also going to play some clips from our most recent content covering last week's SmackDown, and also some of the big stories still coming out of last week's Monday Night Raw as well. Casper says we believe in Joe Hendry, but will he be there tonight, guys? Again, the tag match mystery opponent for Waller and Austin Theory could be Joe Hendry teaming up with Jey Uso, or it could, as I say, could be Jimmy Uso. It could be someone completely different. We'll have to see. Aiden says, don't mention the Scotland football match I left after 16 minutes yesterday. Oh, did they play yesterday? I'm guessing it weren't good then, mate. I haven't managed to keep up with any results there, but we'll leave it at that one if it makes you feel better, mate. All right. So again, big story going into this one is whether or not we're going to see John Cena do anything different to what we saw last week. Now, what did we see last week? Well, we saw John Cena's first ever not first ever, but first heel promo in a long time. It was interesting, I think, noteworthy and good, but still things that I feel were lacking from it as well. Aiden says it was a 3-0 loss to... Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry about that. I genuinely didn't know. Let's see again what our thoughts were this time last week, essentially, on the John Cena heel promo, taken from our instant reaction review. If you haven't seen that already, guys, and you do want to kind of find out my thoughts on more around Monday Night Raw, then here is a clip from that. John Cena came out, and, you know, he did the kind of typical heel promo of like, you don't deserve me and you have always been bad to me. And I got where he was coming from. It was the, you know, the kind of anti-Cena chants and stuff like that. So I thought that was clever to play into that. But then I think they've gone kind of almost too far the other way of like, I won't give you what you want. Because I think because he had come out recently in a Chris Van Vliet interview about a year or so ago now, saying, look, I was going to turn heel. It's going to be new music. It was going to be get rid of the jorts. I was going to be a different kind of character. It would have been completely different to what you know from John Cena. I think everybody expected that this time around. And because that's out in the kind of open now, I feel like he's decided to go the other way and be like, no, I'm still John Cena, but you are the problem. And that's what you get a lot of times when people turn heel. Because it's such a monumental heel turn, it felt like, no, it wouldn't be. It'd be a complete change of his character. Now, don't get me wrong. There were still things about tonight's presentation that were different to what we're used to seeing from John Cena. But for the most part, the story he's told was, you guys have bullied me into being this, and it's all take, and, what can I get out of it? Which, again, is an age-old story that heels will tell. But it wasn't what I expect. And while I do respect them trying something different, I have to be honest, I did feel a little disappointed that it wasn't what I wanted it to be. But I think, again, that's on purpose. It's to make us, even the people that wanted to like him as a cool heel, go, no, I'm a heel to you. Like, he's actually annoyed people tonight by not doing those things. I mean, what were your thoughts on the way it was presented and the kind of, I guess, promo that John Cena gave?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's one of those things that we have to unpack quite a lot of. But I think Michael Cole's reaction actually to it helped me a lot better than actually the segment. I think Michael Cole kind of painting this picture that obviously John Cena for 20 years, he's had everyone kind of on his side, and then Corey Graves even slipping in, we're getting like the real John Cena now, and it's that kind of that realization to someone like a Michael Cole and how angry he got about it actually.
Yeah, it's great.
Made it, made it go, this is the thing. I think they're towing that line between, okay, lots of things on this thing are predetermined, but like that, this is real, like this is legit. I think that's where they're kind of going with it. I feel that I don't know whether they're going to do something. I think next week's segment will determine it more than this week's in a weird way. I think next week's segment, they have the chance to obviously get the feedback from tonight. Yeah. But they also have the chance to kind of go, okay, this is the proper direction we want to go in. I think that, Cena was it felt like he was kind of covering a lot of, in a weird way, I kind of think he said too much. I think this might be the problem.
Yeah.
I think if he had, the thing is, I thought, and I texted my friend this, I said he's doing Jericho 2012. You know, when he dropped the mic and then he left or went to leave and he picks back up and he dropped it again.
Yeah.
And in a weird way, I think that might have been better than what we got, because it kind of, he said too much.
It went on for long, didn't it? And I get the point they were making, but it's almost like in some ways nothing happened, you know. So it's kind of, because Cody come out and basically was, you know, a good picture of like, I'm everything you said you were, and I am that guy now. You know, John Cena tried to little bro him, as they say, you know, said, "Look, kid," and he's like, "Look, ain't kid," you know. So I like that kind of interaction between the two characters, and the kind of difference between what Cody now is, what Cena once was. But it weren't earth shattering, was it? It was. I think it. Yeah. Look, we could say, "Oh, look, he played us. He made. Oh, you're not getting the theme song. You're not getting a new look." But at the same time, I also weren't that entertained. Like, I enjoyed it and I got it, but like, I did want more. And it's like, I don't know, like, there was part of me thinking, oh, he'll do this stuff in future, then he'll change this stuff in future, because we've now just got Cody going, and again, the age-old thing of, I want the real John Cena, like, I want the old Stone Cold, you know, one of those kind of things. It felt like we've seen this story a lot of times before, but what's Cena going to do? Just be a bit more perky now going forward, or just, you can't now have a new look and a new theme song, because he's already said, like, they've chose the direction, which is I'm not doing it. And like, you can buy my merch, but you know, I don't dress like you, you dress like me. Like, the other way around, like, you know, whatever it was like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just like, obviously people's heads have been in fantasy booker mode, haven't they, since it's happened? It's been obviously just over 2 weeks, obviously, since Chamber. Since been off TV since then, and all we've done is replay the footage over and over and over again, you know, since then. But I do think that, I do think that, you know, somewhat decisions had been made and they've gone the way they've gone. I think next week's segment though it really should, because next week we are going to be within a month of WrestleMania taking place. I think next week's segment needs to basically determine the direction of fully where we're going with the story, because at the moment I think what's upsetting is that, look, if it is going to be a rehash of stories like this we've seen before, when someone's on a turn and then they've done the whole blaming the fans and blah blah, like, we have seen that. And don't get me wrong, the caliber of the performers, you know, Cody Rhodes and John Cena, are able to tell that story. I think the problem is, from a fan perspective, this kind of once in a lifetime kind of level of turn deserves something more than the generic 100%. What we've seen before. And at the moment, it's going down that route. And don't get me wrong, it will be a good version of that route because of the people involved. But I think we can just do a bit better here. We had the chance to something really groundbreaking. And like I said, he hadn't mentioned, obviously, The Rock and Travis Scott. And then I think as well, like, you know, as it kind of went on as well, you're just thinking, okay, but, you know, how is this going to impact the feud we're going to see? I think we haven't really got that just yet. And you could argue, like, them doing this as on the European tour and not in front of the American audience potentially has all of this a little bit. Because that was the other problem I had with we fast forward to Seth Rollins' promo. Like, he's talking and doing his promo as if there's an American audience there, where, you know, the stuff that he's saying is meant to matter, but it's a European crowd and it's a bit different.
I do feel like, credit where it's due, it actually worked better than I thought it would, because that was my big fear going into it. I was like, how has Cena not had his first ever, this monumental promo in front of an American audience? Not saying, oh, they deserve it more or whatever else, but like, that's their base, that's their ground level. My big fear was they were going to come to Europe and people would go, I'm happy to see Cena in his farewell tour, which they've been promoting anyway. They got the merch for it and all that. He still wore it, by the way, which is funny. But then B, in Europe, we tend to be a bit like Canada, of like, we love the bad guy, you know, and like, cool bad guy. So I thought but to be fair to the fans in Brussels, they played their part. They did the John Cena sucks, but louder than we've maybe ever heard it before, because that became like the "You Suck" chant. It became a kind of endearing chant, really. You know, they played it, he played into it, whatever. This time it's very different. So I was pleasantly surprised with that. So I don't think that was as much as an issue as it could have been. It was more that So I think this is the same promo we would have got in America essentially, but there wasn't enough substance for it. Like you say, it was a monumental change, heel turn, I should say. A big moment. It'd be interesting to go back and watch Hogan's first appearance post NWO. I've seen a lot of the early stuff, but I can't quite pinpoint what the first heel Hogan promo was. It'd be interesting to maybe compare the two, because of course that's the feud, the storyline I should say, in the heel turn that this is getting compared to the most. We'll see, if this is on that level come a few months from here. But at the moment, I've got to be honest, tonight didn't deliver as much as I wanted. I liked it. I'm intrigued, which is maybe all you need.
With the Hogan thing, is obviously he.
Go ahead. Sorry, cut out a bit there.
Yeah, I was saying, like, with the Hogan thing, obviously he established himself with the NWO like straight away, and I think that helped because it got you the answer. Because I think obviously the minute someone turns on someone, there's always the why, and they're very quickly followed by like, okay, what's next? Like, is it going to be a turn that they're then going to have set up a match? Is it going to be a turn that's then going to escalate one of the people to have another match with someone else? You got to ask the thing. And Hogan very quickly, he did it where he did a turn and straight away established, we are the NWO. This is why we're here. We're taking over. And so the goal was very, very simple. He wanted to become world champion. And so that goal was already kind of there. Don't get me wrong, Cena's goal was kind of there, I guess. He still wants to be WWE champion. I think in the last 30 years... I'm sorry?
He barely even said that. Like, that's what I thought this was going to be. I did it because I need that title. He did more of that when he was still technically a babyface than he did on this program.
Yeah, I agree. There wasn't enough... Yeah, I think he spoke a lot about stuff, but not about the stuff that people actually wanted to speak about, which maybe is what we're going to get next week. And again, I don't think it's solely because of the location, but the location maybe has... And the fact, I guess, with respect, if he's looking at the fact he's now got to do 3 weeks of TV in a row, maybe they're thinking, okay, we've got to split things up over those 3 weeks, because with respect, he's probably not going to wrestle in any of these 3 TV shows. So it's a case of, but I would have just kept this promo a bit shorter, particularly because you had the heat like built in already, so there was no need to overly speak. But I think in a weird way, we're speaking so much, he's kind of cost himself like a little bit. Though I do maintain that once Cody got going, I said his piece, and then that last kind of final shot and walk up the ramp, I think that was quite powerful. Like him walking up the ramp to boos, fully boos, not like dueling chants or anything like that, full boos, and him looking at the audience and just, there was kind of that look of disgust with them, but also is the disgust also on himself a bit. I think this is multi-layered. This is the thing. I do think this turn is everything about this is multi-layered. I think that, it's not that, and that's why maybe I think we're both upset about parts of the promo, because parts of the promos made it seem like it was that default kind of turn, but I think it's more layered than that. I still think there's that inner battle. John Cena, obviously, he wants a 17th championship, and he's seen this as a possible avenue because the other avenues, well, one of the avenues closed on him with the Rumble, and obviously the Chamber. But even the Chamber, he only won because Rollins,
in a heelish way, he took advantage of it. Yeah, maybe you're right.
And he
let's go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying that he stole that. He took the cheaper victory that night, didn't he, at the Chamber?
Yeah, no, I think you could be right as well with that kind of internal battle thing. It could be that, because I do think he'll end the farewell tour as a babyface and win as a babyface, but that's another conversation for another day. But I do think that might come into this. He might say, look, I was just trying to convince myself. Like, he's disappointed. Like, it was, like you said, that final shot was powerful. As much as there were things about this I wish we got, I still enjoyed things we did see in it. And the opening bit and the last bit were probably the best parts, really, of like, this is surreal. Like, I'm seeing John Cena come out, not just like him coming out with a new theme and new look would have been cool and great. And like, oh my gosh, this is a different guy. But it's also surreal seeing, the same guy come out. The babyface, like, dressed John Cena come out and be booed. It was basically like everyone had caught up to what, let's say 50% of the audience felt 15 years ago. It felt like One Night Stand or something like that. It felt like that kind of audience. So really, really interesting. All right, so that was our thoughts on Cena's promo this time last week. If you haven't already as well, you can see on this very channel my kind of reaction as it took place. You can see my kind of thoughts as it was rolling through. But you're here tonight to see what we think of tonight's Monday Night Raw. We are here for the watch along for the Glasgow edition of Monday Night Raw. It's the fourth stop on the European tour as far as TV shows go. Of course, they've been posting a lot of stuff on social media, WWE, about how kind of successful this current tour has been. The non-televised dates as well look like a lot of the fans are having fun. Some great social media clips have come out of the non-televised shows as well. But we are here breaking down what will happen tonight. So we're here at the moment to get in the mood for it. If you're joining us live at the moment, we're about an hour and 8 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. And if you are watching on demand, hey, that's how far away we are as well. If you do want to skip ahead and just see my kind of reactions as they take place. Let's break down some of these comments here, though. Let's get to where were we? So Aiden's hopping in and out playing F1. You're lurking in the background. I get that. That's all cool. The show itself, of course, starts at about 8 o'clock anyway, so we're good for that. Casper says John Cena should retire as a heel, even though he says he's not a heel, basically, you know, but loves him as a heel. Look, I completely agree with that as well. I think he's definitely a heel, even though on the promo he said, I'm not a babyface, I'm not a heel. Well, we know what that is, right? Casper also says, I do think it's a little bit silly to leave The Rock off the show till WrestleMania. I know he's got commitments. I just think it's a little bit silly. And yeah, again, just referring to The Rock essentially just disappearing off WWE since WWE TV since Elimination Chamber, and he should be there on Raw, says Casper. Look, I do think once they get off the European show, we'll probably see The Rock again. But it is strange, right, for it to kind of drop off so quickly like that as well. What else have we got? Christopher Leclerc's back in the houses. Congratulations to the Natural Disasters and getting inducted into this year's WWE Hall of Fame. Yeah, great point there, Christopher. Breaking news today, the Natural Disasters, Earthquake and Typhoon, legendary tag team, heading into the Hall of, the Hall of Fame this WrestleMania. So yeah, really looking forward to that. And again, we'll break down WrestleMania week and all the kind of happenings surrounding it as we get closer to that big exciting time of year very, very soon as well. Aiden says no Scotland no party. I think it's gonna be a big old party in Scotland tonight. Let's go Glasgow, says Aiden. Gary's in the house again. Good to see you, Gary. And Aiden says he thinks that Casper that The Rock will be in London. I mean, that would be quite something if The Rock randomly showed up in London. Yeah, that would be quite big. But yeah, you saw just there my kind of initial thoughts on the John Cena first promo. That was taken from, again, our instant reaction review of WWE Raw last week. Once tonight's Raw goes off the air and the watch-along portion of this stream is done, we'll also be back for a instant reaction to tonight's show in Glasgow as well. So if you haven't already, guys, subscribe, stick with us. We're going to be here for the next few hours. If you're watching live at the moment, we're about an hour and 6 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. Again, it feels good to be able to watch it at a reasonable time. I'm getting a bit picky though already. We've been having these 7 o'clock starts. Now that it's in the UK, it's 8 o'clock. What do you mean 8 o'clock? I've got to stay up even later now. Look at the life I've got used to, guys. I'm usually seeing Raw start at 1 a.m. So I should be happy at 8 p.m. right? So no, but seriously, so good to be able to have this extra content surrounding the European tour, because we do have all these TV shows. Really, really pleased to be able to cover these in depth. Also going to be hopefully joined later on by Lucas as well, especially on the latter part of the portion of this show when we're going to be heading into the review once Raw comes off the air. Let's get to some more comments here. Rest in peace, legendary Earthquake. Yeah, very sad. John Tenter's passing. Quite some time ago now, just in case anyone's unfamiliar with him and thinks it's just happens, breaking news. It's not, but it's just always one of those sad ones. He's always come across as one of those people that many fans had great stories personally about, you know, that met him and stuff like that. Lovely family man, it would seem. So yeah. Gary's ready for another good night tonight. Yeah, looking forward to it. Casper says Drew McIntyre's hometown tonight. Not quite hometown, but home country at least. Close enough. Aiden says if he shows up in London, I'll lose my mind. Of course, Aiden is going to be there in London at the WWE event. What one was it, Aiden? Was it SmackDown or Raw? I can't quite remember now. I'm assuming it was Raw. Now, also says Casper, Glasgow is 2.5 hours away. Yeah, didn't manage to get down to the Scottish show, but Aiden's coming all the way down to towards the bottom of England, really, to the O2. Not right at the bottom, but London's pretty far down. Gary said it's changed times again. Yeah, it's just getting used to these European times, right? I guess those out in the States are the ones that are really kind of getting thrown at the moment. As Aiden says, yes, Drew is from Ayrshire and is going to be going to Monday Night Raw. Aiden is. Christopher says, Mark Henry signed a Legends deal with WWE. Yeah, I read that earlier as well, Christopher. It's, yeah, good for him. I feel like WWE are tying a lot of people down to Legends deals at the moment. And, hey, look, if it's a win-win for both sides, then, more power to him. Casper says, I missed the Legion of Doom. Rest in peace. Love the Road Warriors. Yeah, it's strange. I always feel like only one of them's passed, though. I always feel like it's just Hulk because he died in, 2003 or something like that? So it was so long where it was Animal, the surviving member, of course, unless you count Heidenreich, and I guess maybe the Droz technically joined Velo D2000 as well. Anyway, point is, yeah, for so long, the only one around was Animal, but yeah, Animal passed a few years ago now as well. I always kind of forget that because it was so long, as I say, where one of them was still alive. Gary says the league still continue to watch him. Manifest. Oh, mate, Manifest. I mean, this isn't the channel for it. Rebellious Noise Screen 1 maybe someday, but yeah, Manifest. Big fan of that show, mate. If you, I don't know where you are watching it at the moment, but you're in for a treat. It's a great show. Right, let's get to some more talk about tonight's show. As I say, it's a big one as far as the card goes. So hopefully it delivers as well. 2 Intercontinental title matches. We've got Lyra Valkyria defending up against Raquel Rodriguez. The men's IC titles on the line where Penta is looking to get off of Bron Breakker. CM Punk's in the house tonight as well. Going to be on the microphone, it would appear. And John Cena and Cody Rhodes once again under one roof. The big story going in tonight, as far as I'm concerned, is who is going to be the mystery partner for Jey Uso. I want to get your predictions in the comments, guys. Already we've discussed Jimmy Uso and more Joe Hendry, but are there any other names out there we're not really thinking of at the moment? Let's get to some more of these comments here as well. Casper says, do I remember Sonny? I do indeed. Yeah, great, I guess valet on-screen talent, really. Sad, of course, recent years it's things aren't too great. Ada says, let's go Lyra. Thumbs up from Gary. And also thinking it is going to be Jimmy Uso. Yeah, again, interesting the Jimmy Uso kind of pick. It does make sense because, it's his brother. It's his former tag team partner. But being in Scotland, maybe, as Aiden says, it could be Joe Hendry. Now, what we're going to do is throw it over to another clip now, because again, we've just been talking about Cody Rhodes and John Cena, but what we saw on SmackDown was something relating to this man here tonight. We're going to see what he has to say about what went down on SmackDown, because if you didn't see it, essentially, it was a bit of a wild ending between CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns. Now, we've got our instant reaction review on this very channel as well, and the headline we've gone with there is, what is Paul Heyman doing? Is he going after Seth Rollins? Is he going after his signature to be kind of his kind of advocate or manager going forward, essentially? Interesting. Again, a few people brought it up on last week's watch along, and then we broke it down a little bit further on the instant reaction review. So we're going to throw it over to that in just a moment. Gary says we'll see what happens to Aiden as well. Tell Jimmy to get in the shadow. And what time does Raw start? So we're an hour away from Monday Night Raw starting. So wherever you are in the world, it's 7 p.m. here in the UK. 8 p.m. is when it starts for us. Christopher says, if Lyra Valkyria retains her Intercontinental Championship against Raquel Rodriguez, she will give Bayley a title shot for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. And Casper says Seth Rollins a Paul Heyman guy. Again, that's what we were discussing on the SmackDown review. So for now, just going to throw it over to that. And in the background, guys, I'm going to be lurking, so don't worry. Get your comments coming, and I'll refer to those in the comments myself, and then all the best ones will kind of cycle through when I come back live as well. So again, throwing it over to me now from a few days ago, talking Friday Night SmackDown. Instant reaction review of WWE SmackDown on the 21st of March 2025. And it was quite an interesting show coming live from Bologna. It felt like, I got to say, for the most part, it felt a bit house showy. And I think This is something we've talked about a little bit already on this European tour. Understandable, right? The audience is excited. They are kind of taking on anything they can get in some ways. And then at the same time, the crew is split over a tour. But I've got to say, it was enjoyable. Got a few comments here coming in already from Aiden. Says it was short because they built it up like it would last about 30 minutes. Referring to the end of the show, of course, we did see the climax there with Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and CM Punk. But it wasn't as long as they kind of made out. I mean, Roman said, look, I'm here for 15, 20 minutes. It probably ended up being 15, 20 minutes, to be honest, but it felt like not a lot happened. It was just like they fought, but I don't know what else they could have done, to be honest. Like, they were going to attack each other, and that's pretty much it. And that's what they did. That was the end of the show. It was, again, overall quite an enjoyable show. But let's start at the very beginning. Let's go back to the start of the evening. It started out with an entrance from Randy Orton. As you would expect, the fans of Bologna are very excited to see him sing along to his theme song. He goes to say something. Kevin Owens comes out straight away. Kevin Owens basically says, look, we should be a tag team again. We should be going after the titles. We got close last time. Look, you're becoming something you don't want to be. You should understand that I've been going for a lot lately, and I've just been attacking people, including you. Sorry about that, but I still hate Cody. But you're fine, and you should understand that more than anyone. Didn't really work, you know. He didn't win over Randy Orton with those kind of comments. Randy Orton basically said, look, I want to punt you. We're not going to be a tag team anymore. And basically said, look, me and you at WrestleMania. Now, it doesn't look like we're going to kind of have to wait much longer for that to be confirmed. They were talking about it on the show as if it was official. Then they said it was. I'm not sure if it actually was. But, I mean, surely this is one of the many matches that we've been able to call for quite some time. I do think this is locked in now for WrestleMania. But, yeah, a quite fun way to start the show. Always good to see, I guess, especially international fans really appreciating Randy Orton and kind of, you know, getting their chance. A lot of these people would have been, you know, growing up as kids, fans of Randy Orton, and this is seeing someone that they've always wanted to see live. And, you know, I think you've got to appreciate something like that. And WWE are very wise to take advantage of situations like that as well. So that's how we started the show again. Randy Orton and Kevin Owens, nice way to get things going. Then after that, we got the first match of the night. It was Damian Priest and Jey Uso up against Drew McIntyre and Shinsuke Nakamura. I started to think that maybe this is leaning towards a fatal four-way match or something between them at WrestleMania because, I mean, Jimmy and Drew have that kind of crossover. It made sense. Damian and Drew, Nakamura seems a bit shoved in there, but doesn't seem like he's got anything else going on. So I thought maybe a fatal four-way was what we were leading towards. It doesn't look like it now. It looks like it was more about, again, pushing that storyline between Damian and Drew. At the end of it, Drew went wild, beat the crap essentially out of Damian Priest, who had actually picked up the win alongside Jimmy Uso, but Drew didn't want it to look that way. At the end of the show, he essentially took out Damian Priest and just destroyed him. Got very personal with it. Damian sold it really well. His eyes were basically wide open. It looked like he was really, really kind of out of it. But yeah, something I don't think many fans were like super excited to see for these guys, which is weird because they're both great and they both deserve good things. But like, especially Drew, I think a lot of us wanted him to have like a title match or something like that. But no, I got to admit, this week and last week's show really did drive home kind of the importance of their story and made a lot more sense. And again, we got a little bit more of that, especially with aggression towards the end. Casper says, like the Kevin Owens and Randy Orton, agree it was a fun segment. Yeah, good way to start the show, as I say. Always good to see Randy Orton get that appreciation. I think Kevin Owens played into it quite well. If you want to see my reactions as these things actually happened and took place, you can go back and watch our watch along of this very show as well. If you're watching live, it's the earlier portion of this video itself on the stream, or if you're watching on demand, you can find it within the kind of archives of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. But let's move on to the next kind of portion of the show. Again, quite a stacked one here tonight. Now that SmackDown's 3 hours, I mean, they got a lot going on, right? But the next thing we saw was essentially LA Knight running into Braun Strowman backstage, who said, look, to Braun. LA was saying, look, I'll look after you. I know what these guys are like, the bloodline. I'm here for you. And then Braun was like, well, you know what? The winner of this match is coming after you. But, spoiler alert, we get to it later on. LA does come out to help Braun Strowman. We'll touch on that in a bit more detail later on. Then we saw a really, really, really good backstage promo, side-by-side, pre-taped, whatever you want to call it, between Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton. And I think they were fantastic, both of them. Like, they played off of why I think people... Like, it's an obvious match to do, right? And part of it is, as Charlotte said, she's blonde and she does a moonsault. She reminds me of Charlotte Flair in a way. But she is the future. It feels like she's the modern kind of wrestler of this, you know, this era for the women's division. And Charlotte, not trying to say, you know, she's the old lady Charlotte, kind of kick her out or anything like that, but she is coming towards the end of her being the new generation, or the current generation at least, you know, the 4 horsewomen and all that kind of stuff. So it's that kind of, not so much passing of the torch, because again, I think Charlotte's going to be around for quite some time, but we can see the parallels, I think. Tiffany also brought up that Charlotte was a big fan of Tiffany and supported her. Doesn't seem to be the case anymore. And basically said, look, the fans don't even want you around anymore. They're sick of you. Charlotte had a great line, which she said they're either wooing or booing. And I thought that was a great line. Especially considering, again, how a lot of us know, or at least feel about Charlotte, that maybe, you know, to me, she's one of the greatest of all time. She's certainly been shoved down our throats. And I don't think that's entirely her fault. So you got to bring her in a prominent position. And for me, before we get into the WrestleMania content, we'll talk about this more, of course, as WrestleMania gets closer. But for me, it should be a victory for Tiffany Stratton, kind of highlighting that she is this new era. And I don't think that damages Charlotte Flair either. Casper really enjoyed the fun first match as well. It says Braun and LA Knight backstage was also a fun segment. Charlotte and Tiffany was also fun as well. Yeah, I think they really, really, as I say, sold this match. Again, it's an obvious one, and I'm fine with it. I know some people are going to be looking at the Charlotte match being like, oh, really, again, in the big match, title match. If she wins it, I'll feel like that. But I don't know. Maybe I was going to say, I don't think she will win it very confidently, but you never know with WWE. Maybe she will. Then we got the match we kind of referred to earlier on. It was Jacob Fatu versus Braun Strowman. Now, this was a match that I think, again, could be a WrestleMania match, but no, they put it on SmackDown. Now, was it a good match? It was okay. It definitely weren't WrestleMania worthy. It was a match that was won by DQ, essentially by Braun Strowman. He won because Solo Sikoa got involved. And I've got to say, and I'll say this for all the matches tonight, none of them blew me away. None of them were as good as last week in Barcelona, and none of them were as good as, I think, what we saw on Raw as well. I still think out of the 3 shows so far on the European Tour, Barcelona has been the best one. But it was decent. It was storyline progression. It's what you needed in that sense as well. So what we got essentially was Jacob getting slowly back into control, but Solo and Tangaloa, Tamatonga, I should say, Tangaloa is still out, were maybe not as convinced. And they jumped in. They attacked Braun Strowman, to which Jacob was very upset about. And you saw this in a backstage segment later on. Really, really angry, essentially, at Solo for this, and didn't hide that, by the way. So I do wonder where we're going to go with these guys. Is it going to get to a match between them two at WrestleMania? It feels too soon. The card is already looking stacked. Or is Jacob going to just find his way into this US title picture? Because I don't see next week being a win for Braun Strowman. I don't see him coming out of the O2 with the US title. Exploring Spoke, Jack says, fun show, but nothing mind-blowing. I agree. Yeah, again, like, it felt like if I was there in Bologna, I'd be happy, but I wouldn't feel like I saw anything important. And sometimes that's how it is for SmackDowns. That's just, we'll get you to the next week, essentially. It doesn't always have to be big stuff, but I do think the Barcelona show had a lot more going for it. And again, Raw as well. Even with the kind of confusion around some of the John Cena stuff, I still think it was quite enjoyable. Casper says Braun versus Jacob was just okay. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. And again, for the most part, I think this show was just okay when it came to the matches. There were fun things. There was storyline progression that we hoped we would see, and I think it was about time we bloody saw as well. But yeah, I wouldn't say it was kind of mind-blowing stuff or anything like that. Next up, though, we had Jade Cargill going up against Liv Morgan. Now, Liv Morgan, of course, is someone that's been, you know, in the fire line as far as kind of her being put out there as a what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? It's basically involved with the Jade Cargill attack. It wasn't her. It wasn't Raquel. As we've seen at Elimination Chamber, it was Naomi. Now, we're seeing these guys still get back into that feud because they're kind of, even though they're like, yeah, we didn't do it, but we still hate you, basically, is what we saw on SmackDown last week. Jade Cargill quite annoyed. This was her debut, not a debut, a return, I should say, since the injury. And again, another one where I was like, good match. It didn't blow me away, though. This is another one that ended in shenanigans. Quite fun kind of storytelling between the two of them. Quite, you know, fun as far as kind of the moves we saw, like great reversals of Oblivion and a lot of stuff kind of towards the end of the match. But really, it just wasn't amazing. It was, again, interrupted at the end by Naomi, who came out with a completely different look. I doubt she's coming out with the glow stuff anytime soon now. So maybe she should get another new theme song. I don't know. But yeah, I think this part of the show was all about progressing the story between Jade and Naomi. But the match was kind of just too long. Like it was enjoyable, but I think it was just too long. Enjoyed this show. If there were some things within the show that you would have liked to have seen go differently. I mean, a big part of this, of course, is the fact that not only did Naomi get involved, but she basically cost Jade her first WWE loss. Like this was the first time she'd been pinned, I should say, in WWE. So that's going to be something that they can play on. That's going to be something that Jade could be annoyed about if she's not already annoyed about the fact she was taken out by Naomi. And then Liv and Raquel end up being kind of super bad heels that take advantage of it as well. So it was a win-win situation, but I just think it was a match that went on maybe a little bit long. But again, it's nothing to do with them. I just think the whole show saw matches that went on just a little bit too long. Casper says, Liv is great versus Jade Cargill, but okay, Naomi interfered. Yeah, again, it was a bit long, but I think they all did their job. They all did quite well. They come across in a good way overall, and it had the storyline progression that it needed. Yeah, good match. Now let's get back to what else we saw on this show. We also saw the match between Piper Niven and Zelina Vega. Now this again was a one-on-one match, but you wouldn't know it because you had Chelsea Green and Alba Fyre getting involved. It was one-on-one between the two already, and it looked quite a kind of mismatch, as Gary kept mentioning on our watch-along show earlier on. Piper Niven, of course, pretty much double the size of Zelina and looked like she was taking advantage of her for the most part of the match. And then Zelina started to kind of work her way back into it. But what do you know? The Secret Hervis, I think they're calling it at the moment, got involved as well. And I'm enjoying what they're doing. But again, it was another match that was like, okay, again, some storyline progression. I see it felt like a very kind of middle of the road SmackDown for the most part. Like, last week, we saw a lot of progress. This week, again, the tag thing is probably the most exciting. We spoke about that on the watch-along. But, yeah, for me, not the most exciting match-wise. Now, let's move into what we just mentioned a moment ago. The Street Profits decided to come out to the ring and basically give a thank you to the crowd. And then Los Garza came out with Santos Escobar and pretty much challenged them. And yeah, you would imagine that this is, again, leading towards this multi-tag team match, as we all expect to happen at WrestleMania. I was thinking 4 or 5 teams. Now it looks like maybe even 6, as people mentioned in the comments earlier on. Maybe even LWO gets added into this as well. Either way, looking forward to that. I think it'll be a great match. This was a good match as well. Probably, actually, maybe match of the night. Street Profits versus Los Garza was one of the most enjoyable matches of the night. It finished in the end with a huge frog splash, as always, from Montez Ford on top of Angel Garza to pick up the victory. But then again, we saw all that backstage shenanigans later on between Pretty Deadly, DIY, and Motor City Machine Guns. Pretty Deadly did get involved in this match as well. They essentially made their way out to the ring to announce the fact that they were number one contenders and that Los Garza should step aside for them. But yeah, it looks like we are going to get this, as I say, 5 or 6 team match at WrestleMania. Then we get the main event. I say main event. It wasn't even a match, was it? But main event, you know what I'm saying? Casper says, okay, between Zelina and Piper, I should say. Yeah, a bit of a storyline progression. It seems to be all we got from this. Street Profits was a good match. Yeah, probably, again, the most enjoyable one for me. But we did wrap up the show with a three-way promo between CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and Seth freaking Rollins. Exactly what we expected. But the one thing I think we did expect was Paul Heyman's reaction when CM Punk came out. It was very, very different, especially when you consider the way he reacted to CM Punk on Raw last week in the cage, where he basically cuddled him. Very different this time around. Seemed like he was upset that Punk was making his way to the ring. But I think that's because he's between a rock and a hard place, essentially, between Roman Reigns and CM Punk. He loves them both, and what's he do? It's going to be a bit of a love triangle, but at the moment, the triangle is strictly business. It's strictly in the ring itself between Seth Rollins as well. He's the third member of what is bound to be one of the biggest matches of WrestleMania weekend. And again, we got a lot of hype and kind of progression here as far as making it obvious that this is going to be the match that we see between these three guys at WrestleMania. Again, the big talking point for me was the reaction of Paul Heyman, but it was your typical pull-apart brawl. Now, we've seen a lot of these recently. I know myself and Lucas spoke about this in depth on the Barcelona SmackDown stream about how these can be overdone at times. We've seen quite a lot of them recently. Punk and Seth did one. We saw one, of course, between Tiffany and Charlotte last week as well. Again, both fun. This one was good as well, but sometimes it's kind of too much of a good thing can be a problem as well. Casper says, I did like the segment between Roman, Seth, and CM Punk. It did have storyline progression as well. Yeah, we did see that they were kind of leading towards this match, as I say, and just kind of more, it was more stuff for the promo package. Like, I don't think there was much other than Punk's entrance that caused like a nuanced, like kind of response from Heyman that we might look back on. I don't think it's something they're even going to acknowledge here either. I think it's something that's going to be look back on if Punk does turn heel, or as was mentioned in our watch along stream, maybe it's Seth Rollins that turns and aligns with Paul Heyman. I do think Seth Rollins is due a heel turn, so that would make sense as well. So that would be quite interesting to see if it's Seth Rollins. It'd be a massive shock. Even though we're talking about it now, I'd still be like, I can't believe it. Wow, they actually did it. But that was on our watch along. Again, thank you so much to everyone that joined us for that, by the way. It's either a part of this stream if you're watching live, but if you're watching on demand, you can find it on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We were here for just over 3 hours, essentially breaking down everything that happened on SmackDown as it happened. So if you're yet to see the show, if you just tuned in now and you do want to watch, you can watch it alongside us. And again, a big thank you to everyone that joined us for us. We had some great comments throughout the night, and we've really appreciated all the support we've had throughout this European tour. Again, we're going to try and bring as much content as we can through the rest of it and on the road to WrestleMania fully as we get closer to it, as of course we are just under a month away now from WrestleMania itself. We also found out today that Slammies is going to be on WrestleMania week, so that'll be interesting to see how that squeezes into WrestleMania week. Again, I wasn't really a fan of this on the watch along when this was announced because I thought it was kind of shoehorned in, but the more I think about it, I'm pretty sure they did the same thing last year, but that's the point. Forgettable. And that's frustrating. You could make something more out of the Slammies. Now, talking of making something more out of something, will we get more from John Cena on Raw? I don't think he'll have new music. I don't think he'll have a new look. But you can see my thoughts on the fact he didn't have those on the most recent edition of Monday Night Raw, which, of course, came from Brussels on this very channel. Also, you can see my reactions as it happened on this channel as well, or you can also watch the full review of that show. Of course, a lot of movement when it comes to the IC title picture, as you can see there, Penta as well. Now, one thing I should mention before we do wrap up and get out of here is that we actually saw another vignette for number 4, whoever number 4 is, whatever this is. We saw it last week as well. Is it Aleister Black? I think so. And then we saw another one for, again, completely different this time, what looks like Rey Fenix. And again, we saw it last week, and rumors have been going around ever since. And there are a lot of stories out there at the moment. Apparently, Fightful have confirmed that Rey Fenix has signed with WWE. So you would imagine that is who we're referring to there. And again, a lot of speculation at the moment that it could be Aleister Black returning to WWE with the 4 vignette as well. So let's see where that goes. Casper says, what time is Monday Night Raw on Netflix? I believe in the UK, at least, I believe it's on at like 8 o'clock next week. So an hour later than it was today, essentially, wherever you are in the world watching this, guys. And if you're watching live on Netflix, you will be able to see it at that same time. Again, SmackDown's been a little bit delayed recently. Hey, you may be watching this in a few hours time from when I'm recording it, because again, SmackDown isn't live. It's on at 1 a.m. I believe, UK time at least. So we're about an hour and 40 minutes away from SmackDown starting in the States. But hey, we're in Europe. We've got the sneak preview. Thank you to everyone that's joined me on this watch-along experience tonight, and also on the instant reaction review. Really enjoyed having you. It's been great to kind of dive into all the kind of happenings surrounding SmackDown tonight in Bologna. And all right, well, that was SmackDown, but we are back here to talk Monday Night Raw. What did you guys think of SmackDown? I want to know in the comments. Was it a show you enjoyed? Do you think the fans of Bologna lived up to what we had seen in Brussels and Barcelona? What do you think tonight's going to be like when we get to Monday Night Raw in Glasgow? We are about 37 minutes away, I believe, from Monday Night Raw starting. Again, we're going to continue previewing the show up until that point, and then we'll be live with you as your watch-along companion while the show is on. Let's see how long tonight's show lasts for. Could be up to 3 hours, of course, but I'm hoping it's a slightly shorter one. As much as I've enjoyed these shows recently, I do still feel like the weekly shows should not be 3 hours. A good 2.5, maybe at least. Let's get to some more of these comments here. We've had them coming through again as I've been in the background. Checking what you guys have been talking about. Let me just run through some of these, and then we're going to bring in a special guest in just a moment as well. So let's run through some of the comments here. Right. As Casper says, we did see a lot of storyline progression on SmackDown. Wasn't the most kind of exciting show, but definitely got us kind of to that next stage in some ways, especially with a few that we're going to see surely continue tonight. CM Punk, of course, being on Monday Night Raw with a live microphone was always fun to see. What else did we get? Gary was talking about Manifest again, only on episode 3, but I do say continue it, mate. It's a great show. Casper says, always been a big Randy Orton and Edge fan. Randy rated RKO tag team. Heard something recently about Triple H signing 6 new tag teams for the roster. I mean, look at the SmackDown tag roster. It's huge at the moment, and they're actually using them really well. Can't say the same for Monday Night Raw, which is a bit of a shame, but there we are. Now, Aisden thinks that tonight's crowd in Glasgow will beat Barcelona. Look, I think if any crowd could do it, it's a fan on these aisles. I got to say, I do think that those fans in Glasgow are going to be excited tonight, and I think they are going to be loud tonight. So let's see. I do think that Barcelona has had the best fans so far. Bologna was great. Brussels was great. Barcelona just seemed that little bit more rowdy. Casper, big fan of Penta. Can't remember who's facing tonight, but it is Braun Breaker, of course, for the Intercontinental Championship. Also said Lyra versus Raquel tonight. Looking forward to that. John Cena on Raw tonight. Looking forward to that as well. But I don't see anything mind-blowing on Raw tonight. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe now that we're getting to the tail end of this tour, we'll start to see some big kind of explosive moments again. It started out really big, of course, in Barcelona when you got the Street Profits winning the tag titles. Maybe we'll see a title change tonight as well. Casper does think that Lyra is going to hold on to her title tonight. I always say, look, I think the women's IC title picture is so hard to predict because I tend to get it wrong quite often. I still don't know what they're doing with this title and kind of how they want to use it. So, yeah, I don't even want to predict that. Let me get to a few more of these comments here, and then I'm going to bring in a special guest very soon as well. Casper's looking forward to CM Punk tonight. Aiden says he won't have a new look tonight, referred to John Cena, as they released his top for Raw in Glasgow last week, but haven't released a London one yet. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Of course, I think the Brussels shirt was something I didn't expect him to come out wearing, and now that he has, I think he will just keep wearing all these shirts. He kind of messed around with the fans last week, didn't he? He said, look, you know, you dress like me sort of thing. Casper says, I love in the earlier starts of Raw and SmackDown not being 1 a.m. And Aidan says he might be biased when talking about the Scottish fans. Yeah, I got a sneaky feeling you might be there as well. But look, I got to say, again, I'm excited to see what the fans in Glasgow do bring to the table tonight. Someone who may have a little bit of a challenge to the claim of the Glaswegians being the best is who I'm going to bring in now, because he was there in the audience for Friday Night SmackDown in Barcelona. Welcome everyone to the channel once again. Lucas, how you doing, mate?
Hi there, guys. You're right.
Good. What do you think, mate? Glasgow going to get up there with Barcelona's kind of rowdiness tonight?
Well, the apparently last night the house show at Nottingham was quite rowdy. So I think, I think the UK are bringing it. We always bring these things, I think, and I think a Scottish crowd in particular will be interesting how they react to obviously CM Punk, as it's his first time back in Scotland.
Oh yeah,
since at the Castle, all that kind of stuff from last year.
Point.
And also obviously if Drew McIntyre is going to be part of the show, how they react to him. I only imagine it'll be in a very positive light, as obviously he is the local kind of guy. But yeah, look, guys, you know, it's, you know, I've just been hearing, obviously, listening to what you've been discussing. I think it's been a bit of a roller coaster, this tour. I guess it is some bias because obviously I was there, but I do think the SmackDown Barcelona is the show to beat. I think that was the best show.
Yeah,
I felt that SmackDown last week in particular was quite poor. I felt Raw was okay, but was very much like a one segment kind of show. Obviously, it was the first time Cena came out, and you know, we assessed it in a lot of detail last week.
Yeah.
I hope you guys obviously enjoyed that content. Yeah, I mean, obviously every channel has been obviously tapping into a lot of content about this, as obviously we're looking at unprecedented waters really with this. Anything now Cena does is new, is different, is cool, is the talking point. But I did feel that Raw struggled after that, and obviously we did discuss obviously the fact that, you know, we were dealing with, you know, a 25-minute promo segment basically, and the first match not starting for, you know, over, you know, 35 minutes on the show. But tonight we've got, sorry, my sound bowl. You're used to it now.
We got a third guest on the show. Let's bring him
in. But look, tonight I've just been obviously seeing what the preview has been showing. It's only showing 2 announced matches, which seems, well, it's definitely on the light side. Unless we're going to get
there are more, because WWE themselves have been promoting more. So there's definitely more. So I'll run through what they've actually announced. They've announced that you're going to get, just like they did last week, Cody Rhodes and John Cena under the same roof. We're also going to get apparently CM Punk on the microphone. But the matches announced, of course, one we touched on last week. Jey Uso with a mystery tag partner against A-Town Down Under. The IC women's title is on the line with Lyra Valkyria defending against Raquel. But the men's title is on the line as well. Penta versus Bron Breakker, to my surprise, is tonight. I actually thought this is maybe a WrestleMania match, but no, we're getting it now. So
I wish maybe to discuss and touch upon the men's IC title one first, because I think that, you know, not to degrade obviously the women's match, I think, but then this is the bigger talking point, because it did feel like they were setting this up for further down the line. but now it's happening straight away. And it's interesting that it's being done without a sort of number one contenders match or any sort of signalling that Penta wanted this belt at any point at all, which obviously Triple H has been a big fan of these, long storylines, all these kind of bits and pieces. So it does strike me as a bit odd that he's decided to just have this random kind of feud start from nowhere. So it does beg the question, like, what was the plan, or is the plan for the IC title going forward? And maybe we'll get an answer tonight, because, I mean, if we are seeing winner and new IC champion, Penta, then it could be potential that's the new plan. Or do we see, and still champion, Bron Breakker, who very much has had, in recent weeks anyway, it feels like a kind of rivalry with the Judgment Day, which also this messes up because Penta's very much the babyface. They still want Bron to be the villain in the piece, but they also want him to feud with the Judgment Day, who are very, very villain. What does this do for anything?
Yeah, I mean, if Penta doesn't win tonight, then I don't know why they've done this. Because as I say, it felt like something further down the line, or something that wasn't even going to be a straight one-on-one. Because I've seen a comment here that we'll get to in just a moment as well. Actually, let's do that first of all. Let's get to some of these here. Ada hopes that Punk doesn't show up in a Celtic jumper like he did for the press conference at Clash, of course, in reference to Drew being a Rangers fan. Christopher says Pat McAfee is expected to be back in commentary today. I've heard that as well. Aiden says hopefully back next week in reference to Pat. Casper says, I thought SmackDown was okay last week. Didn't really get invested in the matches from Barcelona. SmackDown, just my opinion. Yeah, I think that's the kind of. Oh no, he didn't get invested in the matches at Barcelona. Excuse me. I thought it was saying that one was the better show. But yeah, I thought last week was okay, but I do think Barca was better. And Christopher does say, as again referring to the IC title here, thinks that it'll be a fatal four-way at WrestleMania. So who would that four be then? I'm guessing so we've got Penta, Bron Breakker. Do we bring in Finn Balor or someone from the Judgment Day there? Or
someone from the Judgment Day has got to be in it. Like that's been the feud, isn't it?
Yeah.
The rivalry. So I think if they don't do that, then that'll be very silly. Then wasting time, on this feud. I mean, I'd argue, to be fair, you could open up the field to someone like Sheamus, Ludwig Kaiser, Pete Dunne. Like there's a number of people who could be in this match. I'm a big fan of a 6-pack challenge myself. I think that would be a good option. I know that obviously in previous years they've done like ladder matches and stuff. That might also be an option, but I think sometimes it's just a 5 or 6 way kind of match. Or actually, if you get 5, how about we bring back probably one of the most underrated and underused stipulation matches, being a scramble.
I knew you'd say it. I knew you'd say it. So many people love the scramble and want that back. It's crazy how often it gets talked about, yet WWE have never acted on that. It's such a strange, for those who are unfamiliar, essentially they did this match for a little while. It lasted probably about a year or two. They did a few of them, actually featured in some of the WWE games as well. There was a hardcore version, at least, maybe even before it was used on TV, but called a Championship Scramble, where you don't actually, what I didn't like about it was the fact that the Brian Kendrick should be a former world champion, by the way, but officially he's not. Basically, whoever is holding the title at the end of the timer is the champion, and therefore all the reigns within the match don't actually count. It's just the one at the very end. Again, there are things about that I'm like, I'm not sure, but generally speaking, it was a really fun match. A stipulation that, again, that many to this day kind of call for again. A championship scramble. I'd be up for that, mate.
Yeah, I think it's like right kind of thing, because obviously Triple H has been, showing that he's a fan of bringing back some of the older kind of stuff. We've seen this in a lot of detail, obviously, with Satellite's event. And we've seen this with other bits and pieces. But I think it's that one where, it's a fun thing to do. It's, it's not kind of the craziness that War Games is, where half your roster gets injured. It's just like a nice fun match. And it is for those moments of, I always saw them as before, like they were nice little teaser things to see how the audience could react if that title change was legit. But obviously, because the match dictated that it wasn't legit, like you could obviously have your proper winner obviously still get the pin at the end. I think, obviously NXT, they do obviously Iron Survivor.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a mixture of kind of the Iron Man match and the Scramble match to an extent. And that's also very good. And, I think that while I think the main roster doesn't need it, I can see that potentially being another option. But I think there definitely needs to be something like, I don't know, something different, something fun, just a fun match, basically. There's quite, obviously we're going to obviously get some very heavy stuff in the Cena Cody feud. We're going to get probably more heavy and like dark stuff with Kevin Owens and Randy Orton, that kind of feud. Like we've got our blood feuds, like, do you know what I mean? Like kind of set.
Yeah. Let's have a bit of fun with it as well.
Just a nice simple scramble. It's just a fun match of a scramble or like just a 6-pack challenge, and just let the guys kind of do kind of what they want. Give them the time to do it. And, any of those competitors really, like I said, we mentioned obviously Bron Breakker, we mentioned Sheamus, mentioned, Penta, Ludwig Kaiser, Pete Dunne.
There's a lot.
Road Chad Gable in there, I guess. Like, there's so many people who could be in this kind of contest and make it entertaining and fun. Because some of the most random matches at Mania sometimes are the fun ones. Like, do you remember when they did... did they do it? Was it tag team turmoil? Whatever match that Chad Gable suplex Braun Strowman in. I think it was like a 3 or 4-way tag match back at Mania. But it was just like a really fun thing. Or they did the women's tag gauntlet thing, didn't they, one year?
Yeah.
With the winning team then getting the title shot the next night. Obviously, that was a good way of using the 2-night thing as well. But
I really like that.
Yeah, same. It's one of those fun little ways of getting more featuring more wrestlers on the show.
Yeah.
And obviously also using the 2-night thing. But yeah, back to tonight though, we are, as much as we've been kind of blessed in a way where it has felt for ages like Mania's ages away, but we are getting very, very close now. And obviously we have, I believe, do we have 5 or 6 matches locked in for the show at the moment? I know
some of them are very obvious, but they're still not, I think, officially set. I don't think the Punk Rollins and Roman official. Is that official now? Okay, I've seen the graphic come out today. I think it was for Cody and Cena. Obviously, we knew, and the other World Title match with Gunther and Jey Uso as well. Christopher, by the way, talking about the Fatal 4-Way option. Could be Dom, Finn, and Penta and Braun. That would be interesting. I mean, it could still be the case, even if Penta does win tonight. That could be what we see at WrestleMania. Casper says, I'd love to return of Mr. Kennedy if he could still go in a ring. We talked about Mr. Kennedy, I think, on the last stream, didn't we? Aiden says a gauntlet match. Again, another fun match type for WrestleMania, potentially. And again, we talked about the one we saw a few years back now. Christopher says 6 matches at the moment, apparently been announced for WrestleMania. Casper also likes the idea of more stars taking part in a match like the Scramble as well. But like you say, we are getting closer now. We are, I'd say, 3, maybe even still 4 weeks away to WrestleMania. But the card is starting to take shape officially, even though I feel like we know what most of it is. But there are still a few slots up for grabs, especially considering, as you say, it is a 2-night event these days as well. So I'd be interested to see if we do get any progress tonight, because the men's IC is one kind of aspect to this title kind of picture, all the people that could be thrown into a multi-person match. But one that I do find hard to predict is also happening tonight, and that is the women's IC title being on the line, because this is a division I've really struggled to understand which direction they're taking in. That's not me saying I've not enjoyed the matches or anything like that. But every time I thought, I know what they're doing. They're going to give her the title. Oh, no, they don't. They don't. So I'm still in that same boat. And because it hasn't changed when I thought it's going to change, I got a feeling that it's not going to change tonight either. And that Lyra is going to keep the title, because putting it on Raquel, even though I feel like she's ironically featured more because of her connection with Liv, she is a tag champ. So therefore she don't need it. It'd make her look good if they weren't tag champs. What's your opinion on this one, mate? Do you think the women's IC is changing hands tonight on Raw?
No, I don't think it is. It's a hard one, this though, because you've got your tag team champion in a singles match, for that singles belt, and it's like there's plenty of other women who could fill that spot. And it's like, why can tonight not feature something for the women's tag team champions, even if it's like a promo or some sort of segment or something, as well as the IC title holder and her challenger or challengers.
Yeah.
I don't see why this has really been. This is like, you talk about being booked into a corner. This is kind of the problem they've got now, because it's like, something which you could say that they could do, because I think NXT just did it, is do you have Raquel win and have 2 belts? Or do you have Lyra win and then she's beaten your tag champ? So it's kind of a hard one. I'm all, this division's been, like, in my opinion, quite mismanaged. I think there's definitely, between the 2 women's mid-card belts, Chelsea Green's definitely had a better start as champion, including going down to NXT, which I'm surprised they didn't have Lyra go down there as well, like, at some point, or, maybe that is the plan. Because we have to remember, so obviously, going back to those 6 matches that have been confirmed, just so we know, it's obviously the 2 World Championship matches for the men and the 2 for the women. And then we've got Kevin Owens and Randy Orton, and the Seth, Roman, and Rollins match is all confirmed. But we have to start thinking a bit as we move down the card now. Are we going to see, are they going to do all 4 of the singles mid-card titles? Essentially, like, the IC for both genders. And
I can't see it. If one of them's getting on the show, it's the men's one, right? And especially if they're putting it on Penta. I mean, I got a feeling Penta might be winning tonight, and it's because they are. I mean, it's clear. As soon as he debuted, I think the reaction they got, which was justified as well, because it was a great debut, I think made them think, we got to do a lot with this guy now. Yeah. Like, he was heavily featured in promotional activity around his return, like straight away going into the Royal Rumble and all that kind of stuff as well. So it's a big coup. It looks like his Lucha brother might be joining him quite soon as well. So there's a possible story you could tell there. But
apparently, it seems that the Rey Fenix is looking to go to SmackDown. So it's looking like they're
so separating the 2, you think?
Yeah. Well,
because all the promos are on SmackDown. They haven't featured any of them on Raw yet. So, maybe that. But then again, post Raw, do we get mainly? Do we get draft? We'll have to see with that. Christopher says it's 26 days away from WrestleMania. Thank you, Christopher. I knew someone would know the proper date. And also says Valkyria retains. Bailey costs Raquel Rodriguez the IC title. That's something we could see. And Casper's also a big fan of Lyra. What are your thoughts on that theory there from Christopher, Lucas?
Yeah, I forgot about the Bailey thing. That's probably what's happening, being deadly honest. That makes total sense, because Bailey's not got a match for Mania, really. As it seems that obviously both the main women's titles are occupied at the moment. And then, of course, you've got the Naomi and Jade Cargill storyline, which is on a different brand from her. And outside of them adding like an NXT women's or something like that, or like adding some sort of thing, I can't really. And she's not in a tag team, Bailey, so unless they do her in some random tag team against Raquel, Liv, who again, I don't know who they'd face at WrestleMania.
And they're such a big part of the show. They've had such a great, I mean, Liv especially, of course, has an incredible past few years. And Raquel's played her role well. I think she's come back as well and being put into this fold with Liv and the Judgment Day. So
outside of Katana Chance and Kaden Carter, I can't think of another women's tag team that aren't Liv and Raquel. Now, they split up, obviously, Naomi, Jade.
Yeah, unless you just start throwing people together, which most of the division's been, to be fair.
Because I think they drafted Kate Carter and Chance to SmackDown. Yeah, because they had a segment, didn't they, with Thingamajig, with Nick Aldis when they got signed. What was that weird thing they did at the start of the year? The whole base of the draft and not the draft. Okay, Netflix
the transfer window, basically.
Want people, don't want other people. Their segment. I think the last time we saw them, their segment with Nick Aldis.
True.
But I think they are like the only women's tag team, and they were former tag champs. But it does very much seem like, I don't know how you'd, especially with 26 days, as Christopher, I believe, said a minute ago. How you're going to get them from basically not even on the television program to fighting for the belts.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's a good few belts that are just not going to be featured. I mean, that's the case on PLEs anyway. We've talked about this quite a bit already. You know, the US titles, another great example of this. But yeah, a good few of them won't be on, which is crazy again. When there are 2 nights, the fact there are still titles that aren't going to be defended.
Just these trips, just utilize the pre-show. Like, I know it's
100%. Yeah, because my thinking is, do we have a 3rd night? But that's not the answer. It is to use the pre-show. That is the answer.
Yeah, I get you don't want to go into the AEW realm of like 4 or 5 matches.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and they're all like these crazy massive tags, but surely, you know, and think with the 2 nights, you can 50-50 book it as well. So you can have the women's tag belts on the pre-show of night 1, let's say, then have men's tag belts or the, you know, what
the War Raiders,
tag belt put on. Like, yeah. I mean, look. I don't envy his job with this because obviously it is very difficult. Christopher, by the way, was your comment about Bayley and Kai about them as a time?
Yeah, potentially teaming back up again. I guess they could do that. It's kind of somewhat ready-made there. Aiden also says hopefully Lyra versus Bayley next week as well. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what they're doing with the women's IC. And again, then it leads into the tag titles again. It's a confusing field. Hopefully at the end of tonight's show, we'll have a better idea of which direction they're going with and how seriously they take the women's IC title and what they're doing with it coming next. Because even if Lyra does remain champion, it does feel like we're going to have to see something as far as what's next for her, whether it is, you know, involving Bayley or on either side of that. It'll be interesting to see. If you had to pick now, Lucas, who do you think is winning the men's IC title match tonight? Is it Penta or is Bron Breakker keeping it?
So the fact that it's been done so quickly makes me think it's going to be Penta.
I think so as well. I think they won a big moment, another big moment on the European Tour.
Yeah.
And yeah, they've just been pushing him like mad anyway. All right, so Penta potentially coming out of tonight as a champion, which would be an incredible start to his WWE career. Christopher, says Bayley still has the rival with Roxanne Perez. That's another one. It felt like that was going to be a stand and deliver match or even maybe a WrestleMania match, and it doesn't look like it.
It's just called off, isn't it?
Really confusing.
How you called off and
I know it was a good little feud.
No, I mean, yeah. I just genuinely just don't know how you look at Roxanne Perez and see how good she is, how well she's done with everything. Then you debut her, put her in the chamber. Put in the
Rumble. Yeah, huge performance.
Put in the chamber. She overperforms.
Yeah.
And then just decide to pause anything forward from.
It's confusing.
It just doesn't make any sense. And maybe we will see something happen tonight. I hope we do.
Maybe.
Think that, you know, again, but then again, you're like, okay, if Bayley's going to face Roxanne Perez, again, who for the women's IC title then? You know, or do you move, again, this is the thing, do you move that belt over to that feud? Do you want that feud?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that becomes a multi-person match as well. You know, I mean, there's loads of them we could be seeing here, and feuds that could overlap.
You even got, because you've got, you know, you had Ivy Nile and Dakota Kai. I mean, they seem to have settled their thing. But yeah, you can have Ivy Nile, Dakota Kai, obviously
Bayley, Roxanne,
and Lyra for our scramble.
Yeah. And you still got another scramble. Let's do it. Then you still got Liv and Raquel kind of looking for an opponent as well. Christopher, what was that, sir?
I'm saying you got the tag champions fighting no one because
fighting no one. Yeah. Christopher thinks Penta will win tonight, and that Roxanne Perez is a future world champion. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how they're booking her at the moment, but if we're judging by how they booked her at the start of the year, I can certainly see that happening. Casper says we'll feel sorry for Bron Breakker, but I do want Penta to win. I love Penta. Yeah, Bron's had a bit of a confusing. He's not the shiny new toy at the moment. I think it is Penta, and I think for that reason, that's what we're going to get as far as a result tonight. Another big one to get excited for is who could be the mystery tag partner for the Yeet Man, Jey Uso. Now, I love a mystery tag partner, but there is always a risk with a situation like this. I think the two big names, we touched on it last week as well, are surely his own brother and former tag team partner, Jimmy Uso. I think would make a lot of sense. Maybe it's a nice little reunion for the fans over here in the UK. Or, seeing as it is in Scotland specifically, is it Joe Hendry's main roster debut? I think if it is, it's a one not a one and done, but one for now. I don't think it means he's leading into WrestleMania and getting a match or anything like that. But I do feel like it could be something they do. They had enough in him to use him in NXT and then bring him onto somewhat the main roster by making him appear in the Royal Rumble match itself. So I don't think it's that out of the ordinary. It's something that I think a few years ago wouldn't be possible, really, but now it makes a lot of sense. It's the kind of thing I could see them doing. Now, my concern is I love Jimmy Uso and the work he's been doing recently. I think credit to the guy. He's tried his best to clearly reinvent himself, attach himself a little bit to what Jey's doing because he's now babyface himself and does a little bit of yeet himself. But it's a very, very tough job because Jey Uso is massively over, whether it's the merch or the entrance or the catchphrase, or just simply being better positioned in storylines because he was the good guy eventually. It's an uphill battle for Jimmy Uso to kind of reinvent himself. So I think credit to him. He's done well lately to give himself new attire and kind of work alongside Jey in that sense. But my big fear is that if it is him tonight, a lot of that hard work will be undone because people will go, Jimmy Uso, which is crazy because even just a few weeks back when they appeared together at War Games, loads of us just wanted to see the Usos together. I even wanted to see them enter together. As much as I appreciate they want the whole yeet entrance on its own, I love the Usos and I want them back together at some point. Now, maybe that's not tonight. Maybe that is in the future. But if Jimmy comes out tonight, it would be insane to think that he gets a bad reaction. But I think in the context of what's going on, the Joe Hendry situation in Glasgow, I think it could backfire. So I'm actually fearful if it is Jimmy Uso.
So here's my thoughts. And so like I think you've got the crowd sensitive issue or the crowd kind of perspective issue of, yes, Joe Hendry would be the best person for that crowd. But, and this is a big but, we have to remember that this is still WWE, which is a global broadcaster and whose main customers are still in the United States of America. This has been great. This European tour has been great, it's been fantastic. But for the, come Friday next week, they're back in America and they're back there for quite some time. Again, pending on whatever they're going to announce happening. So for their main customer, the Uso reunion will be the bigger deal. Like I think you would generally have some people in the comments of YouTube and Facebook and stuff, if it was to be Joe Hendry, be like, who is this guy? Because in an possible way, he's only done TNA and then NXT like a couple of times. There are people who don't watch either of those products. Yeah. So that's something they also have to think about. There's also an option that I saw earlier where some people were saying that either it's Drew, who then chooses to cost Jey the match, but basically walks out in the match or whatever. Yeah. Or this same thing could be done with Gunther being the tag partner. And they do the typical Gunther's a tag partner, and he's done it on purpose. Or Gunther beats up the original tag partner or whatever. He do the music bound backstage, then Gunther's replacement. Then obviously Gunther won't tag himself into the match. Let's Jey get beaten by A-Town Down Under, and then you say reunion for like a couple of weeks down the line. Which could actually be the safer way of doing it.
Kind of see it.
If it's not, the only other way it works is if Joe Hendry's in my opinion, is if Joe Hendry's in a segment earlier, he was already part of the show, then you can do the mystery partner with it being Jimmy Uso. Then you're creating two different moments. But I think the problem they're going to have, this is the problem anything Surprise has, is if the crowd want one thing.
Yeah, it's a huge risk to backfire.
It overtakes all other kind of feeling toward the match. Whereas if they have the opportunity here really to Monday Night Raw start, we're live in Glasgow, and they have the option to be like, say his name and he appears, and that could be the end. That could be the start of Raw. Yeah, he's straight out there. Just says, I want the match. I want the match. Insert cue music for the Miz to come out. Let's be real. It'll be the Miz. Like, let's be real. Like, here in the Miz or me, I don't know who else. You don't have Dolph Ziggler anymore. It's someone like that. Who comes out. Oh, you're from Glasgow. Glasgow's rubbish. And then they have a and then he gets to his thing. And then already he's been on. The show starts really hot. That then frees up the surprise spot to be literally whoever. Yeah. And then if it is... it is literally whoever. Like, it could be someone really random. that we're not even thinking of. But yes, it does seem to be the two favourite picks for this online are for it to be an Uso reunion or for it to be Joe Hendry.
Which I'd be happy with both. It just, as you say, depends on what WWE are actually going to do going forward and what it means to me. Is it a one and done just surprise for the night? Because I've got a great comment here actually from Aiden that says under Vince McMahon, Axiom wouldn't have faced Gunther in Barcelona. So we've seen, they've got previous. They've just done a similar thing. So maybe that does open the door for Joe Hendry even further, because as much as Axiom is within the WWE kind of ecosystem, Hendry is the bigger name at the moment because he is that star power as far as kind of the internet wrestling community, I guess you could say. Casper says Joe Hendry. Aiden also looking out for Joe Hendry. I assume they're Scottish flags here. You're doing loads of them, but they're just not showing up on the stream properly. What about when he was in ICW? Yeah, again, great work in ICW, but realistically, as Lucas said, there's going to be a lot of people that have just unfamiliar with his work in ICW as far as kind of mainstream wrestling fans. Aiden also says main event results: Dakota Kai defeated Ivy Nile and Xavier Woods defeated Akira Tozawa. So I'd imagine they were the dark matches, I should say, you got before tonight's show. Casper says, say his name appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. Maybe if we all say his name loud enough, he will appear tonight. You know what? Actually, I just remembered last week he did just post that, say his name, he appears in the picture of himself. Last week when this happened, I think playing into it, which he's done a lot lately, but now that he is again kind of working with WWE more than he had before, I think that's a risky thing to do if it's not actually gonna be him. But look, we are just a few minutes away just over 2 minutes away actually from Monday Night Raw starting. You're watching the watch along experience here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We're going to be with you throughout the entire show, and you're going to see our live analysis of the show segment by segment, match by match. And then after that, we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review for everything that happens tonight on Monday Night Raw. We are here in the UK, so it's a reasonable time for us to be watching. It is nearly 8 p.m. here in the UK, and it still feels like a novelty, even though we've had quite a few of them lately. We've been privileged enough to watch at a reasonable time, and as Lucas said, it's been a fun European tour. We're just hoping we get a little bit more tonight as far as kind of significant moments, because I think that first one, as you said earlier, Lucas, was hard to live up to as well.
And obviously, we're looking forward to covering the stuff for the O2 later in the week and early next week. And obviously, those are the final two stops on this tour. And I think they have chosen London. You'd like to think they've chosen London for a reason. Yeah, 2 minutes to go, Adam. We appreciate lots of Scottish flags. I see the flag for the way. I don't know if they show up on the stream. But
okay.
Yeah. Maybe you can't. I see there's a flag, fire emoji.
I just see black flags. Can you see the Scottish flag?
Yeah, Scottish flag, yeah.
I can't see that. Oh. Okay, something up on my computer maybe. Casper says, do you know if the Raw tour continues next week and where Raw is next week? So Raw itself, the TV show, will be in London. After that, I don't know if they've got many other dates on the tour. I think that might even be the last that's day. The last day of the European Road to WrestleMania tour itself. Okay, cool. Well, again, as Lucas said, we're going to cover that and the SmackDown that's over here in London in depth as much as we can on this very channel as well. Appreciate everyone that's joined us for these European streams. Again, it's a privilege to be able to do this at a reasonable time. We usually don't have the opportunity to do this, so we are more often covering PLEs and the build-ups to those, and again we'll be doing that of course for WrestleMania. So much to get excited for there as well as far as content from this channel. Aiden says yes, it is the last day on the tour, just kind of referring back to Casper's question there. Now we're 30 seconds away guys from Monday Night Raw starting. I'm just going to make sure I've got my stream up in the corner so I know exactly what's going on. I don't want to miss any of that reaction because I'm going to tell you what's going on. Yeah, Aiden says, hopefully it'll be a bumper show next Monday. Of course, Aiden is heading down to London himself for Monday Night Raw. So, yeah, it'd be good to kind of hear your thoughts once you're done with that show, mate. Yeah, we are seconds away from Monday Night Raw starting. And let's hope we start big.
Yeah, I'm going to have to jump out, but I will be back about halfway through. And, yeah, I'll be sending some thoughts in throughout the show. But, yeah.
All right, mate.
Show. I'll see you guys soon.
See you in a bit, Lucas. All right. So, yeah, great to have Lucas on board there for our lead into Monday Night Raw. The show itself is just about to start. And as you said, he'll be back throughout the night, chopping in and chiming in, really, with his thoughts on all the big stories on tonight's Raw. Again, coming to you live from Glasgow. I'm not in Glasgow myself, but still in the UK. So, again, watching it at a reasonable time here. It's 8 p.m. We've got the signature started now, then now forever together. I remembered the last word this time. It's always what I struggle on. Again, yeah, Aiden saying bye to Lucas. He'll be back in a bit. Aiden says, Scott, where's the best place to send my thoughts? Is this for the show? Let's say... all right, so it might be hard for you to tune in, obviously, because you'll be there. I'd say if you could send them over to maybe some of our social pages. So we've got RM Pro Wrestling. You'll find us on Blue Sky, X, TikTok, and Instagram. I'd say X or Twitter might be a good place to send some thoughts, and we'll try and bring them in throughout the stream. That'd be great, mate, if you could give us some sort of updates and let us know what it's like in person. Here we go. We've got live shots now of Glasgow. Well, I say live shots. I'm sure they're... Oh, actually, that's a nice... Look, it's a nice blue sky. Hold on. It's not that bright out at the moment. These are definitely earlier shots. I know it's a different part of the UK, but I don't think they're getting sunshine up there in Scotland at the moment, are they? Aidan, you'll know. Look out your window. Is it shiny out there? And you've got us on Instagram. Fantastic. Yeah, send some thoughts on Instagram, mate. If you get some time, that'd be great. Do you know what Raw is next week? As far as a card, Casper, I assume you mean no. We haven't really got much announced, I don't think, for next week's Raw. I'm sure we get a lot tonight. We're seeing the LWO walking backstage there. Gable. Oh, okay, in the match tonight. It is funny watching the luchadors walk around Scotland with their masks on, ain't it? Wow. Penta versus Braun Breaker for the IC title already. It just feels like a big moment to put Penta in his first title match this early on to his career. So maybe he will win it. All right, what's the first thing on the show, though? Lovely aerial shot. This arena looks great, by the way. I saw a little image online of the way it sets up. It's more of a circular thing. It looks like an old school amphitheater. All right, what's first? Punk, I reckon. Ooh. Ooh, Cena. Okay. Bit of a cheer, but a bit of a boo as well. Here we go, guys. Ooh, loud to the John Cena sucks chant. You'd expect it from the fans in the UK as he wears the farewell tour t-shirt for Scotland and looks miserable doing so. Aidan out there in Scotland says it is dark out there. And the Hydro, yeah, that's the venue. Been there multiple times. Okay, yeah, it looks like a cool venue. And yeah, mixed reaction there. He must feel so bad looking at the fans there. Like his little kid's right next to him. And he's not reacting, you know? Slow walk again. Holds up the towel. Last time is now. It's so strange, isn't it? Because it is the Cena we know, but it's also not the Cena we know. Still no music change. Still no look change, apart from the fact that this one is a Scottish specific tour outfit, essentially. And what does he do? What does he do this time around, guys? Last week, again, we got that promo. And while I think it was good, it's not what I expected. And I think that was played into, you know, again, Cena and the WWE know that we want him to be a certain type of heel. And I think playing into that, they've decided not to do that so that we are annoyed. But I do think that's a risky move even. Put me in a mood. Pat McAfee on commentary tonight as well. So what's he going to say? Yeah, and okay, so Pat's mentioned it there. Sold his soul to the final boss. He hasn't even referred to that yet. So Aiden says he's changed the colour of the towel to fit in with being Scotland. Yeah. The Belgian one fitting with their basically football shirts. Okay, so Cena saying it seems like you have something to say to me. Fans are booing. Okay, go on, Cena. Doing the same sort of thing as last week. So I've turned the spotlight on you. And you know I can pick apart any one of you random ticket holders and rip into shreds. Let's see if he does that. I mean, he did go hard on that kid last week. No one's safe, he says. Last week I put a clueless kid on blast. He says, maybe tonight we'll get the Joe Hendry John Cena clash that we have heard about as well, potentially happening. And if you've seen a chant from the fans in Glasgow as he holds the mic up to him, but Netflix try and press that mute button as quick as they can. It's a bit awkward. Cena's playing into it though. Yeah, trying to mute it on Aiden. Cena saying, who's worse? Me or all of you guys? Best idea is to use profanity. I mean, you're the worst one, mate. Did you see what you did to Cody? Netflix says Aiden. So again, playing into what happened last week, saying you guys watched and rewatched and memed that kid being destroyed. You're all people. It's basically putting it on the fans. You know, a bit more of what we saw last week again. So even the things he does, he's not taking accountability for. He's saying even the stuff I'm doing now, it's because of you. All right, so Cena's going to make the fans pay. I think he did that for a few years. Yeah, a lot of F words out there in Glasgow, I can see. Shut the F up chant now from the fans out there in Scotland. Plenty of F words, as Aiden says. WWE's definitely a little bit more edgy than it was just a few years ago now, isn't it? They've let a lot of swear words go on the main kind of main shows anyway, as far as wrestlers on the mic. So Cena says he's been testing and studying us. Okay. Rewarding you for playing along with your stupid, childish, curse-ridden nursery rhymes. I mean, where's this going, though, again? Okay, so Cena says we know nothing about him, and he knows more about us than we do. As fans. And our lives are sad. That's not very nice. Okay, so we've been nothing more than an experiment. basically saying, look, yeah, my whole career, I've played you. Played into the watch, aren't there as well? As Casper says, where is it going? I don't see it. And Aiden says, is when a rise above hate on his hat. Yeah, I mean, this merch was definitely planned pre-heel turn. It is ironic, but get WrestleMania. Okay. So in April 2005, he gave us his greatest idea, WWE Spinner title, which I'll be on record and say I hated and still do. Yeah, I'm one of them, mate. Not a fan of that. I know some people are now for nostalgia reasons, but I was old enough at the time to very much dislike it. Yeah, championship is not a toy. I mean, it was fine for him holding it. The problem was when he lost it and people didn't bring the old one back. Considering the undisputed title that he replaced wasn't around for very long and was a fantastic design as well. Oh, so Aiden thinks it's because he's going to be bringing it back. Okay, Cena says he's going to ruin wrestling. Okay. What do you mean? Going to ruin wrestling for every fan and every wrestler forever. Oh, for everyone. What? What does this mean? Okay, he's going to make history by becoming a 70-time champ. So what? Oh, okay. And I'm going to force you to forget the name of Ric Flair. And you'll forever say the name John Cena, I guess, because, yeah, he'll have the record. He's going to retire with a title, he says. He's taking it home. Okay. The real one's going home with him, and he's going to get us to create a toy belt, basically, he's saying. Because he'll be the last real champion. Okay, so this is the story they're going with. He wants to basically sort of like Punk against him, ironically, leaving as champ. And basically saying, look, whoever's champ from this point on, it's not real because I've retired with it. Okay. There we go. Cody Rhodes is coming out. Oh, no, guys. I've suddenly started to care a lot less about this match now. And I don't think it's the whole kind of, oh, he's a heel. And you're not supposed to enjoy the bad guy. It just isn't that entertaining. Of a thought of like an interesting story. I don't know. Let's get to a few more of these comments. Casper says John Cena needs to do another segment next week, but the segment where we don't know where it's going. Yeah, again. Oh gosh, yeah. Here we go with the world. Bit of entertainment there, at least. Doesn't get planned. I think he shoots every week, says Aiden. So they say we're being left with a toy belt. Yeah, basically saying, look, when I leave, whoever's the new champ, they'll have to crown new champ, right? They won't be champ. I'll be the champ because I would have retired with it. Aiden says, I think we won't care till it actually happens. Yeah, I mean, there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go. As we said earlier on, right? Christopher said, I think it was 26 days from this Monday Night Raw. This might change. But at the moment, we're basically getting the same thing we got last week, which was good, but had its problems as well. And I think repeating that is just kind of, I mean, he's given us something new. Like he's basically said, yeah, I'm here to destroy wrestling and ruin tradition. I kind of get that. I kind of like it. But like, it does kind of play into, to their credit, what he was considered by some people before, you know, when they felt like he was being shoved down their throat and, you know, making a mockery of the championship design and, you know, apparently only having 5 moves and all that kind of stuff. So plays into that a bit, I guess. Yeah, Aiden thinks it'd be the same next week. Same opening promo. Same Cody Rhodes interruption, maybe. We'll see how this one goes first. All right. Fans very much behind Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes songs chanted. Chant started. There we go. Trying to say 2 things at once there. Song and chant started and chanted. Aiden says, I won't care because I'll be loving it. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're going to be there live in person. So, all right. Big chance for Cody. Pat says the European crowds are awesome. That's all right. And what I like about it is it makes the Americans step up their game as well. We've seen that a few times. Okay, so I love the Scottish Nightmare sign. Oof. Cody says, don't you think you got to take this title away from me first before you take it away from them? Cody giving them a bit of credit now. So Cody's saying, yeah, you made a big mistake saying this to these lovely people while he's in the building. Cody's come out to defend the fans and the honor of wrestling. It's still weird, though. As much as I'm, like, internally not 100% sure how I feel about the way this heel turn's going, it's still incredible to just see this Cena, like, have someone completely against him as a mega over babyface while he is fully on board as a bad guy. It says, love you too, Cody. He's here to defend us, Aiden. I was going to say, come get it. Be good if he said his old phrase, isn't it? If you want some, come get some. Okay. Cody's started to unbutton his shirt. They're both throwing their mics down. Cena's blowing on his fingers, but I think he's just gonna walk out. He's gonna do the typical heel thing. He looks like he's set for a fight, but he ain't gonna. Something's got to change here. Yeah, and that's what it is. Cena walking out. Okay. Okay. Aiden's just save it for next week. And you'll get to see it. Oh, okay. Snack time. Aiden's on cheese and onion crisps and black currant with lemonade. I got them all. I ain't got any snacks tonight. I had a nice pasta before I came on air, though. Oh, Cody's calling him back. Oh, Cena started walking back. And he's going to walk back again, obviously. Here we go. Yeah. Boom. Cody saying, I can't let you do this. I can't have some more conscience, but your psychotic need to take this title doesn't outweigh our right to keep it, he says in response to what Cena wants. Okay. The champ is no longer standing there, pointing at Cena. Says the champ is standing in the center of the ring, referring to himself, of course. Okay, so Cody's basically saying, look, you're walking away from WrestleMania and the WWE without the title, empty-handed. Look, I've been saying it for a while since the heel turn. I think he turns back babyface and does win it. I think he loses at WrestleMania, and if he wins it, he will be a babyface when he does. And I think he'll retire as a babyface as well. I think he has to. To save wrestling, that's what we're doing now in this storyline, is it? Gosh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. Again, I kind of get it. They're playing into stuff from the past, it feels. Pat's doing the Raw as well. He's in the mood for the show tonight. Gasper says, what did I think of the segment? I don't know, man. Which probably tells you everything you need to know, right? I'm not coming out of it going, oh, what a great start to Raw. I'm coming out of it going, I'm not sure. Seeing a replay last week of the IC title being on the line when Balor was going after it. Of course, it's on the line tonight as well. Aiden also says that he needs to practice his singing voice. Yeah, man, especially here in Europe. The fans love to sing those tunes, man. You got Cody's theme song. I mean, Randy Orton, he'll be on SmackDown, won't he? But yeah, I'm sure you'll have a few theme songs to sing along to, and a lot of singing outside the venue. I'm sure there's always great chants and kind of singing from the wrestling fans in and around the venues themselves. Aiden thinks it was an all right segment. That's building towards next week. Still got a long way to go to WrestleMania as well, to be fair. Punk, yeah, good point. You'll get to sing along to Punk's theme song. Hopefully he's going to be on Raw in London next week. We'll have a bit of a clearer idea, I'm sure, throughout the show as far as who will appear next week. Still on this recap from last week's Monday Night Raw. Dom, yeah, cost Finn Balor. Forgot that. maybe we will see the two of those go after this same title at WrestleMania in a Fatal 4-Way, as we speculated earlier on. Aiden's already getting ready to sing songs for Lyra. The old Hey Baby song, just like the fans have sung for Bayley in this country for so many years. Maybe it'd be Lyra that gets that chant from now on. Again, so surprised they're doing this match tonight, guys. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Will Bron Breakker lose the title to Penta on tonight's Monday Night Raw? Casper says, hope John Cena is on Raw next week, but still a decent segment. But a toy. Yeah, a toy in relation to what Cena says about the title, saying, look, when I take the title, you'll be left with a toy because I'll have the real thing, basically. Oh, here we go. Jey Uso's out. Looks like we might have that tag match now. Bayley and Lyra getting that song. Main event, Jey Uso's out now. And he's not coming from the audience. Why is that? Why has he not come from the crowd, eh? Hold on. It's Jimmy. Oh, wow. It is Jimmy Uso. The Usos back together. Okay, nice. Look, a lot of people were expecting Joe Hendry. And my big fear was that if you did it as Jimmy, that people would be disappointed because it's in Scotland and they hype themselves up to think that's what they get him. We might still get Joe Hendry tonight anyway, but I think they've had him just run after Jey rather than just play. I would have preferred to have had the old school Uso song. I like that Pat's in a kilt there, yeeting on top of the the announce table. Good to see Jimmy and Jey out there together, though, I've got to say. This will be fun. This will be fun. I'm a big fan of Jimmy Uso and the Usos together as well. So, yeah, really hope this is going to be a special moment for them. Casper says, I'm fine at being Jimmy. Yeah, me too. Look, as I say, big fan of Jimmy's work and his reinvention lately, to his credit. I think that's probably why. Maybe it's just because of the song, because maybe they couldn't get away from Jey having his own entrance. Even when he was back with the Bloodline, they kept making him have his own entrance because of it. And while the Uso song is very similar, I think they probably just feel like they have to do the Jey Uso theme song and get the Yeets going. And now they're doing it together. So we'll do it as well, guys. Fans are into it. But I guess it takes away that risk of, again, people saying, oh, we're waiting for a theme song, and then it weren't Joe Hendry, it was Jimmy Uso, and him getting a bit of a backlash. It was probably the best way to kind of protect him because there was a lot of speculation about it being Joe Hendry. And again, this is acting like they aren't one of the greatest tag teams of all time and that Jimmy and Jey shouldn't have a moment together. That's not the case, but I think people would have expected Joe Hendry. By the way, guys, we are still seeing the continuation of the entrance here. If you're watching in the UK and maybe some other territories as well, you'll see that the show does continue in the breaks. So if you are watching on demand and you've had the breaks cut out, it goes fade to black and comes back in and skips a bit. Or if you're watching it internationally and you're getting actual ads right now, basically I'm going to fill you in tonight with what you may be missing. So at the moment, we are still seeing the entrance for Jimmy and Jey, which was weird to say, but good. Glad they're back together. I would have liked to have heard Down Since Day One, though. Pat in a kilt as well. Aiden, not a fan of it being Jimmy. Were you expecting Joe Hendry that little bit more? See, I was surprised they didn't bring A-Town Down out to be in the ring and react to whoever the partner is. And it makes a bit more sense now that it's not a surprise in the sense that of, Joe Hendry. I do feel like Joe Hendry's got a big chance of still being on the show tonight, though, I've got to say. Because I think WWE will know that people expected that. Yeah, ain't one of those hoping for Joe Hendry. Look, I think it'd be a great moment for him, but I'm still happy for Jimmy and for Jey, for them together to get that. I want Jimmy to be doing. I wanted Jimmy to be facing Drew at WrestleMania. I think that would have been a good feud for both of them. We're 15 seconds away from the main feed coming back on now as A-Town Down Under get into the ring itself. And we're about to come back from the break into the live feed as A-Town Down Under pose on the side of the ring. Seeing a little ad here for Stephanie McMahon's show coming up. Aiden says, Cena's in London top still isn't out. Yeah, okay. Still no London shirt. We'll see if maybe his presentation is a bit different next week. Or maybe he's not there. Who knows? Right. Aerial shots of Glasgow again as they continue to promote Stephanie's new show, Steph's Places. Casper says this should be a decent match. A-Town Under, Down Under versus the Usos. Yeah, how weird is it to say that again, man? The Usos. Happy to have them back. Aiden says Cena is advertised for next week, but yeah, still no T-shirt. If there is a T-shirt, would you be getting it then, Aiden? Even though I'm not the biggest Cena fan, if I was ever going to buy a Cena shirt, it would have been 20 years ago. But even I thought the other day, oh, if there's a London one, maybe I'll buy it. And the match is underway. We're back on the show itself. Aiden says the last picture was of Partick. Oh, there we go. Our Scottish reporter out there for us tonight. Keeping us in the loop with some of the local scenery. And says he won't buy it because it'll have an England flag. Yeah, I wonder if they would have an England flag or if they'll use the UK flag. I don't know. When they come to London, they tend to use the British flag rather than the English flag. But even that's a whole kind of political hole to dive into, right? But tonight on Glasgow, he's in a specifically Scottish themed shirt, not a British one. Oh, and Aiden's been to the museum that we saw on screen as well. There we go. Out of the ring goes Grayson. What a hard hit there. As the Usos take control quickly of A-Town Down Under. Big Jim flies as Jey pulls down the rope for him to do so. A big yeet there for Big Jim as well. Yeah, the Usos back together. Oh, it's the Transport Museum. Okay, cool. Hey, look, if I end up coming to Glasgow, I might go visit. I nearly went to Glasgow for Clash. But, yeah, train tickets were just insane. Was privileged enough to get to go to the one in Cardiff. Was out there for Rebellious Noise, actually. We did a lot of interviews at the time. I know those that have been with us for some time now, you would have seen those. But if you haven't already, they're on this very channel. Jimmy ducks the chop from Waller there and hits him with one himself as Waller sells it fantastically, falling to the mat. The Uso chant back now. Always good to hear that as well. I do wish they come out to their own theme song, though. Because if they were doing it straight away without kind of silence of like who's coming out on it, and they just come out together anyway, they could have just played the Usos theme song. Oh, I don't know. I guess it's because it's the whole reinvention of Jey. Theory taking the mick out of the yeet now. So doing a replay here. Oh my goodness. Cole was hyping up that punch. I didn't quite see it, but there we go on the replay. It looked like it was rough. I think it was just sold and kind of executed very well. Now we're back on the break now, 2.5 minutes to go, but the match has continued. So again, for those that are watching without this action continuing, I'll fill you in on what's going on here. Jey Uso now being held up against the rope by Austin Theory. Waller taking advantage on the outside as the referee is distracted by Austin after trying to break up the 5 count there. Austin Theory jumping to the top rope to, again, take out of the Usos by doing the yeets. And now the stuck it as well. Aiden says he thinks the tooth fell out. It did look like it, didn't it, with Jimmy? I don't know if it was the old Shawn Michaels trick where you spit out a chewing gum to make it look something like that. But, yeah. Casper says, A-Town Down Under, growing on me again. Good start. Yeah, I'm a fan of their team. They don't get used as much as I thought they would. And Aiden says you can get from Partick to the Hydro by train. Yeah, it looks like a great venue, the Hydro. Oh, discus clothesline there to the back of the head to Jimmy. They work well together, these guys. Very going for the pin, didn't quite get it. Jey on the outside, looking on to his brother, who's now reaching for the tag. And again, feels good to say stuff like that, right? Pat McAfee now bigging up the European fans. We're just over 30 seconds away from the main theme, the main show coming back, I should say. As they advertise next week, WWE are going to be at the O2 in London for both SmackDown and then Raw this time next week as well. Casper says there was a time that it was growing a little bit tiring on a bit on Raw, but done a great job. Yeah, I think it's strange, right? I thought they were going to pull the trigger with those two, going against each other, but they've started to work well together. So back on the main feed now, lovely drone shot as it follows down the ramp of the Hydro there towards the ring. Lovely little shot there. Then you saw when it changed camera, the drone fly away. There is no way the Usos can lose here. Oh, Waller did his amazing roll into the ring through the ropes, but then it's reversed beautifully by Big Jim there into a Samoan drop. Very smart little piece there between the two of them. Jimmy gets to Jey for the tag, who hits A-Town Down Under with a clothesline and some punches there. Jey in control with the yeets. Ringing around the Hydro. Kick to the stomach. Yeet uppercut. Theory tries to block it. Gets in his Zaguri. Yeets now from Jey Uso. Ducks Waller's clothesline, but big booty into the corner, essentially onto Theory's head, who now gets a super kick as well. Only a 2 count from Jey Uso. As I say, though, there's no way the Usos are losing this. No way. Not only are they the more kind of prominently featured guys, they are the baby faces and one of the greatest tag teams of all time reuniting. They've got to win this, right? And if they don't, it's because they've got to be doing something big with A-Town Down Under again. And I don't know if they are. Waller's tagged himself in there. Oh! Clothesline to the back and to the front on A-Town, from A-Town Down Under. Nice double punch there as well. Just a 2 count. Jey was kicked out. This is for you, Shrek, says Waller as he points to someone in the crowd. Misses the elbow drop off the rope. Jimmy Uso now been tagged in by his brother. Ooh. Alley-oos. Is that what they call that? Pop up Samoan drop there. Jimmy Uso on the top. Kicks away Theory, who tries to stop it. But he's stopped by Theory's tag partners, Wally. Wally? He is a bit of a Wally. Knocks Jimmy into a place that does not feel good. Super kick, though, from Jimmy to Waller, who's been tagged. Theory is the legal man, but he's on the outside at the moment. Is this the 1D? No. Oh, thrown over into a spear by Jey Uso. Nice little combination there. I think we're seeing moves that you didn't really see from these before. We certainly saw that a lot, though. 1D. That's got to be it. 1, 2, and it's over. The legendary tag team that is the Usos wins against A-Town Down Under. To a chorus of yeets, as expected. Nice little double team there. Throwing him over for the spear. Beautiful. Really enjoyed that. Good to see them back together. Referring to Joe Hendry, of course, a big part of the mystery tag partner was the speculation of it could be Joe Hendry. It wasn't. Will we see him tonight? Apparently he has a concert tonight in the garage in Glasgow with Mark Henry as DJ. Oh, Gunther's involved now. He's dragged Jimmy out of the ring and gone straight after Jey Uso. Big win, says Casper. Enjoyed that match. Aiden says Punk does have a Celtic top on and the Celtic belt. Oh, those championship titles for football teams they've released. Okay. Is that a picture online, is it, or something? I'll have to check that out. Oh, Jay. Oh. What happened there? Jay slipped. But it looked almost planned because Gunther just attacked him. But it's a weird spot to do. Jay saved by his brother Jimmy, who jumps in with a chair there. Why? Was that supposed to happen? The slip? What else? I don't know what else they would have done. So maybe that was planned. It was a bit of a strange spot. You don't usually see stuff like that. On the advertising in the ring. What do you think it was? Do you think he slipped on that? Jay needs to stop slipping, says I mean, they're playing into it, so maybe it was planned. Backstage now with Raquel, who's getting ready for an Intercontinental Championship match. Dominic's here as well with Carlito. Oh, a little bit of dissension within the Judgment Day there, talking about Finn. Liv kind of playing into it. Dominic didn't seem to want to play along there. No, Carlito wants to go for the IC title. So Liv is trying to encourage Dominic to bring Penta into the Judgment Day. Dominic's saying, look, Finn doesn't want him in it. And she said, look, Finn didn't want me into it. And that works out. Dominic can't get an apple. All right. Aiden says, yeah, in the corner where it was being used quite a lot. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that back as a replay. Also says Lyra will get a good reaction tonight. Yeah, I think so as well. Wow. Stephanie Valkyria is defending 2 titles in 2 different matches. There we go. Backstage, Lyra and Valkyria with Bayley. So Bayley seems to be in the house as well. Casper says, loving Carlito back in WWE. Yeah, me too. I think it's been great since he's been back. So the ODWO chatting backstage there to the GM, of course. But yeah, I agree with you. Casper. It's great to have Carlito back. He's been really funny working with the Judgment Day. Not what I expected from him in his return, but still probably better than I expected, to be honest. It was great in the LWO, but I've really enjoyed this Judgment Day stuff. Back on the ads now. They're advertising the European Football Legacy title belts. Oof. Bit of an awkward announcement here. So the ring announcer, this is okay, right. So they're referring to Celtic and Rangers now. They showed the title belts. They didn't show their ones, but the announcer said, look, there's a Celtic one and a Rangers one. There was a mixed boo and cheer there. Pat said that's real, as in referring to the rivalry between the two. If you're unfamiliar, big rivalry in football in there in Glasgow. And Cole acted as if he didn't know. Pat didn't know they were live, but Pat was basically playing into it and was like, look, we are live. And he was like, yeah, I know. I'm saying it's real. He called Celtic Celtics. Aiden says that Celtic got booed, but Rangers got cheered. It sounds a little bit mixed to me. But, man, you don't want to be sitting next to someone reacting heavily about one of those teams, not the other, right? Look, it's not like it was back in the day, I don't think. As many football rivalries have calmed down as far as the kind of hooliganism side of it goes. But if you're sitting next to someone who starts getting very aggressively about one team and you're on the other side, in a city so famously split like that, where they probably try and keep quiet on a night like this, they've been lured into it there by the WWE. And Aiden says, too big with political hatred. Yeah, still is. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think, yeah, like I say, it's a risky move to do. They did mention, though, how CM Punk has got the Celtic hoodie, I think it was last time around, or sweatshirt. Entrance now for Raquel Rodriguez, who's been accompanied to the ring by a fellow tag team champion, Liv Morgan. Will we be getting Raquel 2 belts tonight? I don't think so. We are 25 seconds away from the main feed coming back, guys. We're still on the air, though. If you're watching a feed that doesn't have the entrances and a continuation of the stream, that's essentially what's happening now. Again, we've just had the title belt awkwardness, and now we're getting 2 ladies with title belts making their way to the ring as we get ready for a match for another title, the Women's IC title on the line. We're coming back to the main feed now, and there's an ad for WrestleMania week. Talking about the Hall of Fame. The One Dead Man Show. Tony Hinchcliffe's Roastamania. And NXT as well. All coming to the official host hotel. Oh, they're all in the same building, are they? Okay. Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. Wonder if you can get a combo ticket for those 4 of them. I mean, they usually do combo tickets anyway for these sort of things, but I wonder if specifically them not involved in Mania and Raw. Okay, so a Lucha Libre ad now. Is this related to Gable? Guerrero family, Mil Mascaras. One shines brighter than the rest. El Grande Americano. Wow. I'm surprised they went there. Hailing from the Gulf of America. A big political, yeah. I mean, it's playing into the nature of his character. He's a heel who is an American luchador. Talking about this history of this American luchador who apparently disappeared without a trace, and now the legend has returned. So it's a fake backstory, essentially, for what is surely Chad Gable's alter ego now. El Grande Americano returns. Okay. There's a lot of luchador action at the moment in WWE, guys. Ray said, what the hell was that, Pierce? Ray said, look, that's Chad Gable. What are you talking about? Oh, look, Gable's here. He said, no, that was El Grande Americano. Chad said, it's not me. He's sick. Oh, he's got a sick note. Chad Gable's not competing. Wow, there you go. Ray's not happy about this. Okay, so Dragon Lee is supposed to be facing Gable, but Gable's saying, look, I'm out. Why don't he face the new guy? El Grande Americano. Dragon Lee says, doesn't matter, I'll take the match. It doesn't matter who it is. Casper says, Lyra to retain, but Liv worries me at ringside. But I love Liv. Yeah, look, big fan of Liv as well. But yeah, will she play a part in this? They're saying Gable should be wearing a mask, but not a lucha mask. Richard Gadd's in the house, star of Baby Reindeer, of course, famously a big Scottish actor at the moment. From Baby Reindeer. They showed him, didn't they, a few weeks back? I think it was on the Raw debut on Netflix when they showed all the actors. He was there as well. Back to the ring, though. We've got the tag champs in the center of it as Lyra Valkyria starts to make her entrance to the ring. Aiden says he likes how WWE is using politics more. It's a risky move. It's a risky move in today's political climate. But look, if you're playing a heel, I guess you can. It works there. Casper says, Undertaker, 60 years old today. Yeah, happy birthday to the dead man. Aiden said, did the Scottish air affect Gable? Is that why he's sick? So it's Dragon Lee versus Chad with a mask. It would seem so. And also says, I love how he's sick 5 years on from COVID starting. Yeah, they mentioned wearing a mask, as I say. The fans getting behind Lyra Valkyria's entrance here with a wooing. We are now about to see her defend her Intercontinental Championship against Raquel Rodriguez. We saw her hop over the ring ropes there and make her way into the ring as she saw a nice welcome there with the Irish flag as well. First time ever, apparently, we're seeing Raquel versus Lyra here. Who is walking out of this one with the title as it gets raised in the air by the referee? Will we see a title change? I don't think so. And I do feel like we are probably going to get one of these titles changed. It's more likely to be the men's one later on. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see. We're going to find out now because the match is underway. Michael Cole saying the Liv's explaining how much bigger Raquel is than Lyra. Oh, throws Valkyria down. Who holds onto her butt. It looked like it hurt. Yeah, looked like it hurt. That'd be a rough landing. Lyra goes for the legs to try and bring Raquel down to size. Raquel picks her up, starts swinging her around, though. Oh, let's go. Got to be a bit dizzy there, Lyra. More flags for Maiden. See, I can't see the flag chart there. It's just showing up. Let me see if I can get one on my phone on the stream. Okay, I see the Scottish and the Irish flags there. Okay. At least everybody else is seeing them. Lyra goes for the stomp, moves as well. Raquel, I should say. Lyra gets out of the way. Has Raquel in a headlock, who throws her into the rope. Bounce under the clothesline, comes back. Bit of a wheelbarrow effect here. Very awkwardly timed there. But Raquel goes flying outside due to no force, it would seem. Rodriguez catches Lyra in a kind of a dive into a powerbomb position, but then she's thrown onto the announce table there. Lyra getting back into the ring as Liv is trying to cheer on her tag team partner. Ooh! Flipping heck. Get a replay here as well. Wow. Dive off the top rope into a massive boot to the chest or stomach even by Raquel. And Cole said he's booted her back to Ireland, basically. Now the match continues in the break. Again, for those that aren't watching the feed that I've got at the moment on Netflix here in the UK, I'll fill you in what's going on now. Raquel is fully in control. She's knocked Lyra back down to the mat. Two minutes away from the main feed coming back at the moment, though. Lyra is definitely not the one in control. As Raquel starts flexing her muscles and Liv starts dancing around the outside of the ring. Casper wanted Lyra to do well on this one. I think she will. Although, as we mentioned earlier on, Liv being out there is kind of an interesting point. How will that affect this match and the outcome? Maybe her cockiness about the title is going to come back to harm her. Maybe Finn Balor's going to somehow get in the way here. Big splash in the corner from Raquel there. Lyra just crawling around the ring as she's getting stomped in the side by the challenger. Bear now by Raquel. We're about 50-odd seconds away from the show continuing officially. Lyra's trying to get out the bear hug. It's not happening. Now she's fighting back, though. A few punches to the side of the face. She does get out of it. Spin kick. A few kicks and strikes now to Raquel. Goes for a clothesline and ducks. Well, Lyra ducks and hits her with a nice little kick there. She's trying to lift Raquel up. We've got 15 seconds until we come back on air, but it doesn't work out for Lyra there. Raquel just lands straight on top of her, hits with a shoulder tackle. And we are just a few seconds away from the main feed coming back on now. I can't see this match lasting too much longer, if I'm honest, guys. As the main feed comes back on, Lyra is being held down onto the bottom rope by the weight of Raquel on top of her with her feet. A "Let's go Lyra" chant from the fans in Glasgow. Raquel uses the ropes to hit a big suplex on Lyra. Only gets the two. Nice suplex that. Bouncing off the top rope. Lyra not looking strong at the moment, but Let's see if she comes out of it as champion. That's all that matters, I guess. But at the same time, they are at risk of making her look a little weak here. I mean, she's now reversed. She's hyping up the crowd. Jumps out the way of a dive from the top rope. And, oh, I love the guillotine leg drop there from Lyra on the challenger. Only gets the 2, though. Raquel forces out there with a kick out. Beautiful guillotine leg drop on the back of Raquel's head and neck there. Lifts Raquel up this time. Looks like she is going to manage it. No. Raquel fights out and throws Lyra into the corner and hits her in the back with a clothesline and pulls her down with her hair. Raquel's trying to go on the top rope again. Climbs over Lyra to do so. Corkscrew elbow. Only a 2. Wow. Match is starting to pick up now. As soon as I said that, it's gone a little slow again. Raquel back in control. And Liv Morgan cheering her on. Lyra trying to fight back in the corner. The forearms there. Makes some space between her and the challenger. Dives to a crossbody, but gets caught by Raquel, who's going to reverse it into... Whoa! That looked bad. Is she out for real? Raquel's head hit the mat so hard there. Did it? Okay, she's moving. So Raquel lifted her up. Oh my gosh. That was horrible. She got hit with a reversal DDT there, but the thud and the image of her head hitting the mat looked legit. She looks okay though, because the match is continuing. Liv gets knocked by Lyra, but that means Raquel's taking control. Oh, okay, no. A roll through and the victory. There's a successful defense by Lyra. I mean, credit to Raquel for kind of ending the match there in a reasonable way. She looked to be out of it. I thought she was out of it. Well, here we go. Bayley's music's hit as the tag champions attack Lyra. And Bayley is now running to the ring. Okay. Bayley getting a good reception in Glasgow as expected. We are starting to sing the Hey Bayley chant. Oh, here we go. They've both got a leg of, Raquel, and throws her over the top rope. Okay. So Aiden says Bayley versus Lyra next week. And as Bayley picks up the IC title, hands it to Lyra. Well, they're both on side at the moment. Aiden's a big fan of the Hey Bayley chant. Yeah, me too. I think when I interviewed Bayley, I asked her about that song. I'm pretty sure I did. Check it out on this channel either way. Yeah, there we go. We're talking about a song that the fans have for her. She was a heel at the time, so she was not really playing into liking it too much. You are watching the Raw watch along on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We're going to be back at the end of the show with an instant reaction review. At the moment, though, we are well and truly on the watch along experience. We're seeing Basically an ad for a kilt shop now because Pat went and got a kilt. And the fans are loving it. There we go. Pat's hyping up the Scottish crowd. Oh, he's rented it. He's got to go back. Michael Cole's been there for a week. Wow. Yeah, and they are back in August. As they say, the road to Clash in Paris is now going to feature televised events as well. Loving it. And let's hope we can do the same sort of thing all over again, guys. Come August, of course, we'll be covering Clash anyway. Surely, again, at a reasonable time for us here in Europe. But looking forward to having Raws and SmackDowns live at a reasonable time again for us here in Europe. So, yeah, very, very pleased to see that announcement. I'm pleased for the European fans that are going to get to see significant shows, it would seem, once again. Casper's a fan of Pat McAfee. Aiden says, the place is showing I've been to, but didn't see anyone there yesterday. I wonder if it was old footage. Aiden says, I want to see Mammy next week as well. Yeah, I mean, will we see her tonight? We are now leaning into that feud, actually. Bianca and Io segment from last week where Rio did interrupt. And while we look at this recap, guys, just want to have the opportunity to let you know about what we do on this channel. We are the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel here for the Raw Watch Along today. Again, we don't do these often, but Raw's on at a reasonable time at the moment for us in Europe. So here we are doing Watch Alongs, but we have got Watch Alongs on this channel for classic PLE. So if you haven't already, subscribe and dig into our archive to find events like Survivor Series 2002 Watch Alongs and ECW One Night Stand from 2005. We've also gone way back since this is a British show. Hey, why don't we talk about one of the most famous British shows, SummerSlam 92 at Wembley Stadium, where the British Bulldog faced off against his brother-in-law, Bret the Hitman Hart. We've done a watch-along for that on this channel as well. We've also had the opportunity to interview the likes of Liv Morgan, who we've seen on this show tonight already, her Judgment Day running buddy, Finn Balor, and the woman we're seeing featured here quite heavily, Rhea Ripley. Also had a great conversation also with another woman in this match, Bianca Belair. Haven't had the opportunity to chat to Io yet, but hopefully sometime in the future. And if it does happen, it'll be right here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. So make sure you subscribe for all of our wrestling content from Rebellious Noise. Aiden says, no, I didn't see anyone at any point. I wasn't at the shop yesterday. I was there a few years ago. Okay. And Casper says, there's not many superstars I don't like. All good at what they do in their own way. Yeah, I think they've got a great roster at the moment, Casper. You're right there. Aiden says, do you do it for the European shows and PLEs? You know what? We haven't actually done it for the PLEs either. We've done it sometimes for the Saudi shows, again, because they're at normal times. For the PLEs, though, what we usually do is we do a build-up show. And they last quite a few hours, actually. We get hyped up and in the mood for the PLE. Obviously, the next one is WrestleMania. What a show to get in the mood for, right? So what we'll do on both nights of Mania, but again, anytime there's a PLE, we'll do this. We'll go live a few hours before. We'll basically be your kind of pre-show experience. We also watch along anything that's going on with the official countdown show, as they call it these days. And we get friends from the wrestling media who come on as well. We've got a lot of great friends doing some great work out there for other outlets as well. So we'll get some of those to join us, I'm sure, over WrestleMania weekend itself. But yeah, looking forward to getting back to doing our infamous build-up shows here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We're now seeing some extra footage now. Again, it's only if you're seeing the current feed, if you are watching ads at the moment or watching the feed that cuts this on demand, then let me explain what's going on now. We've got the New Day on the mic. As the New Day sucks chant building. Kofi says, we've been all over Europe dealing with this and we can't wait to get the hell out of here. Xavier says, the women here are lazy. The men are unintelligent. And the children are ugly in Glasgow. That's not very nice. Kofi's going to give us a Netflix exclusive, even with those points. What? Okay. So Xavier says they're going to walk out WrestleMania as new WWE Tag Team Champs. So is that a match we're getting? I'd be surprised if we were. I mean, we mentioned before Raw started about all the possible title matches we could see at WrestleMania. What titles look like they might not even get a match or be featured on a match. But they basically just said there will be a WWE tag title match at WrestleMania involving them. And, of course, the champions, the War Raiders. When I more expect to see the other titles on the line because they have been majorly featured on SmackDown in the past few months. Adam Pearce now making his way to the ring. We've got, 45 seconds until the main show starts. But the Royal General Manager is walking towards the ring with a contract. Now, I don't think this is relating to the tag match we just heard about. He's probably thinking, come on, guys, making another match. I'm out here to make a different one official. And now other people are trying to go into business for themselves. Aiden says they better not disrespect Scotland. Too late, Aiden. They did it. Casper says it'll be interesting when John Cena goes back to the USA. Yeah, good point, actually. We haven't seen him as a heel in the States for a very long time and definitely not on this run. So let's see how that goes. Just over a week away or 2 weeks away, I guess, if you're counting on a Monday Night Raw to be where it's at. I imagine it would be. And Aiden says triple threat contract as far as what could possibly be in the hands of Pierce there. I think it is. Footage surrounding the Hall of Fame now, looking back to August 98 SummerSlam, the legendary ladder match between Triple H and The Rock for the IC title. I love this match, by the way, guys. Incredible. Two guys that are not at the top just yet, but very quickly would be, and doing the same sort of thing, but for the world title. Madison Square Garden. This is a match that's not talked about as much as it should be. So I'm glad they're highlighting it here. I'm going to have to rewatch this match. Triple H purple tights. I always like them. X-Pac and China in the ring there as well, I think. Yeah, there they are. Referring to Triple H's Hall of Fame induction, April the 18th. Again, it's going to be after SmackDown, but this time, thankfully, at least in its own venue. Different kind of setup and feel. Hopefully, one where fans come back wearing their suits like they used to back in the day as well. I always enjoyed that when I went to WrestleMania, dressing up, getting in the mood for the Hall of Fame. And we've got a video on this very channel about how I think the WWE should be treating Hall of Fame. And it's basically the way they used to, guys. There's definitely room for improvement. And it looks like we're heading in the right direction. But again, if you haven't already seen that, guys, on this very channel, we've got a video all about the Hall of Fame and how to improve it. Backstage now, Jimmy and Jey. Oh, okay. They're playing into Jey messing up last week, which did seem an accident. And now they're saying, look, you slipped tonight as well. Basically saying your mind's not in it. Jimmy's trying to give him a pep talk and say, look, you've done these moves for years, and why are you slipping now? Okay, I like this. I wonder if, looking back, maybe Jey did miss or mess up on purpose last week, you know, as a character, as an actor, playing a role of Jey Uso. Wow, Jimmy saying you can't beat him. I need the right-hand man. I need the main event, Jey Uso. That's who could beat Gunther. I think he will, man. Yeah, true, he did win the Rumble. Jey better be yeeting next week. Yeah, I think he'll be yeeting. Okay. Oh, Jimmy's just found Gunther walking past randomly. Oh. Wow, Jimmy versus Gunther next week. Whoa, Gunther says, as long as you don't trip a full A, bravo! A slap in a very echoey corridor. Oh, okay. Go on, Jimmy. Stick up for your brother. Gunther likes that little smile to the camera. He's riled him up. Aiden looking forward to it. Yeah, next week, Jimmy Uso versus Gunther. That's a good match to look forward to. As we look again of a fantastic shot here of the Hydro Arena in Glasgow. Great crowd tonight, as it has been for the rest of the European shows as well. We're back in the ring, though, with GM Adam Pearce. Looks like they're about to make the triple threat official, surely. Okay, so Senna got the contract here. Is he going to rip it up or something and then say it's because we've got a new match, it's triple threat? Okay, yeah, Rhea did scribble on that one anyway. Oh, this is Rhea's not in a match, and the fans booed at. Look, Pearce has got to put his foot down, right? Okay, so Pearce is saying, look, she's got a rematch. I've been trying to sort it. But in the meantime, Bianca's earned her shot. So what's she saying? What's he saying? Look, Rhea's going to have to do it after Mania. Whoa, EO's music's hit now. Adam get lost, says Aiden. Little Fettuccine's in the house. So what's happened so far? So what's happened so far, mate? We started out with a John Cena promo, much like the one we saw last week. It is what it was. Io Sky is now coming to the ring because we've had Pearce say, look, it's not a triple threat. You'd imagine Io is going to say as the babyface, look, allow it. I want it to be the case to play into the fans and what they want. What else have we had? We had the women's IC title match. No change in championship holder there. And the Usos reunited. That was cool. To face off against A-Town Down Under. We've got Jimmy versus Gunther next week. Io saying, look, it doesn't matter who it is. She's going to take on both, she says. Aiden says, unless it's Bianca versus Mami next week for the number one contender. It'd be a shame if they did that. It's a bit of a messy situation anyway, especially because Bianca's already surely in the storyline with Jade Cargill at some point. Here we go. Bianca's on her way out. She's going to say, no, I don't want a triple threat match. She's kind of being a heel lately. Even though she's in the right, I think this is leading towards her fully being a heel. Because this is the kind of thing she wouldn't have done before as a plain babyface. She would have been like, it's fine, whatever, I'll take them all on, like Io's saying. But she said, look, I earned this. Rhea hasn't. So I think this was leading towards Bianca being. I'm not going to let Rhea headbutt her way into this match. I really liked her. I think it was a TikTok the other day where she basically was like, "Oh, here's what happened today at work," basically, just narrated over the top. And it was quite funny, quite comical the way she talks about what Rhea had done. Speaking of which, Mammy's on her way to the ring now as the music has hit. Fans are very happy about that. Casper says, I don't sometimes think Io gets the credit she deserves. Yeah, she's a fantastic performer. Rhea's got a mic ready. Bianca did earn it, says Aiden, but Rhea lost her belt and deserves a rematch. Yeah, exactly. It's just weird when you tie it in with winning things like a chamber or a rumble, you know? Rhea saying, I don't care who it is. I just want my title back, basically. Pierce is saying, look, now you want your rematch you've been talking about for weeks. So that's a weird way to kind of just explain the story. Bianca saying, look, wait after WrestleMania with me. Io's not going to be happy. And again, Io, they keep doing this. Io's a bit like, what the heck in between the two of you? Pointing back in. There you go. Pushed again by Rhea. Oh. Io's had enough. Stopped by Pierce, who's surely just going to make the match now. Rematch clause. So next week. Wait, what? So Rhea's getting a match next week. Either it just ends into more chaos and then they just go ahead with a triple threat anyway, or she wins it back and it's just her and Bianca, which is the match I thought we would have got when Bianca won at the Chamber anyway. Oh, Io hits a beautiful DDT on Rhea there after being lifted in the air by Bianca. Bianca now picks up Io for the KOD. No. Rolls through as well. Bianca, oh! Kick in the face by Rhea. Rhea now going after Io. Io gets out of that. Oh, and a big uppercut. See, if this is something, you know, like what we could see at WrestleMania, we've got things to look forward to. I think these three women could work well together. But there is a chance now that Io loses the title before WrestleMania. Now, I was on the Kickout podcast a little while ago, and I remember DJA said on that he thought Io would lose the title before WrestleMania. And I think he changed his mind in recent weeks, but it's looking like that could even happen. Oh, KOD to the outside on top of Rhea Ripley. Bianca looking good, but some boos there from the fans in Glasgow. It's coming. Aiden says, well, look what they've done with the Otis Money in the Bank contract where he lost it to The Miz. Oh, don't. Yeah, that was a whole mess, that. Bianca tried to do Cargill's finish. Yeah, Cargill. I do think Bianca and Cargill are going to kind of play back into a story soon. Oh, Penta now backstage with Dominic. Dominic saying you could be better. You are good, but hey, what about joining the Judgment Day? Eh? Oh. Okay, so Dominic telling Penta to think about maybe join the Judgment Day. Could you imagine Penta in the Judgment Day? Jack from Exploring the Smokers in the house. Penta finally breaking the curse of the mask. What curse? What curse are we talking about? He says 2 big matches announced for next week. Yeah. Raw in London's shaping up to be a good show. And again, we'll cover it in depth on this very channel, as we will also with SmackDown on Friday, also coming to you from the O2. Now, we're on a break at the moment. If you're watching internationally and you're getting ads, or you're watching on demand and it's gone straight to the next segment, we'll fill you in with what you're missing at the moment. We've got Pat McAfee and Michael Cole on the announce desk. Okay, so talking about... Oh, okay, a little bit about Ivy Now. Okay, so just a video about Ivy Now. Ivy Now is a weird one because I don't know if I thought if they were even going to use her in the way it looked like recently. It looked like she was going to win the IC title. Again, I mentioned earlier on the women's IC title is just such a confusing kind of title picture. Jack says his mask has a terrible dark history attached to it, I believe. I don't really know anything about that. I've got to be honest. I mean, he's been champion before, so in TNA he was the world champ as well for a bit. Casper says, can't see a resolution next week between Rhea, Bianca, and Io. Yeah, surely it's just going to go into a triple threat. Aiden says this was filmed ages ago because of the NXT UK logo in the background. Good spot. NXT UK, remember when that was a thing? Dragon Lee now on his way to the ring. We're about 35 seconds away from the main feed coming back, but Dragon Lee is making his way to the ring to face the American luchador, who is definitely not Gable, right? Don't really see much from the LWO at the moment, do you? We're now seeing ads again for Vegas, specifically for WWE World now. Big superstore. There's one in London at the moment as well, guys. I'm thinking about going and see it. So maybe I'll make some content around it. UFC and WWE Megastore at the O2. Of course, 2 shows in London at the O2 coming up very soon as well. And also Undertaker's One Dead Man show. Always interesting, these One Dead Man shows, that they don't record them. They don't do anything with them. It's just like on the night. I think some of that mystique around the Undertaker's kind of faded now, though. But all right, let's get some more of these comments here as well. We've got Jack again says he's the sixth. Oh, he's like the 6th iteration of the Penta character. There's been deaths and all sorts of such. Has there? Is Penta one of those characters? I get lost in some of these Mexican characters that get reused. They've just done it with La Parka again, which is so surreal, especially seeing as like one of them had died, and I don't know. It's strange. And then, you know, but they've always done that. It's been like tradition. But I'm not really aware of previous portrayals of Penta as a character. Aiden says I'm grinning from ear to ear next week. Yeah, Aiden, looks like you're gonna get a big show. The War Raiders getting a promo there as well. Apparently defending their titles at WrestleMania, if New Day are to be believed. Oh, there they are. Casper says it doesn't do any good to keep Ivy now keep losing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I thought she'd win the IC title. I really did. I know they demanded a match, so yeah, it's not official yet. Aiden says Dragon Lee versus some masked superstar. That's totally not Chad and 100% not Chad. Cough, not Chad. Cough. Jack says totally not Chad. Yeah, true. He's got a doctor's note. Aiden said, yeah, Pennant's been reused many times as well. Pierce is not having a good time, is he? Bianca's now having a go at him backstage about WrestleMania as well. What? Bianca's special guest referee next week? Bianca is not a babyface anymore. It's happening. It's already happening. And she's definitely behind the Jade Cargill situation. Or involved in it, at least. I've been saying it for months. We're leading into it. Even better, says Aiden, next week we're going to see Bianca as a referee. Very pleased. He didn't pick the Glasgow show. Again, not too far from Aiden. Coming all the way down to London instead. Yeah, looks like you picked out a good one. But saying that, it's been fun so far. Dragon Lee in the ring now, waiting. What was he called? El Grande Americano or something? Yeah, there we go. Even the song. I think he's going to win, you know. Gosh. I think he's going to win. It's a bit like Mr. America, isn't it? When Hogan was Mr. America. He was a babyface at the time. I think he's going to win, which is sad for Dragon Lee, right? But he has to beat a luchador at some point. Jack says, it's hilarious how much someone's personality can change when they put on a mask. 100%, man. I always like going to fancy dress parties in things like face paint and masks. I just feel so different. I feel like I'm a confident person anyway. But you put some face paint on me, I'll do nearly anything. Chad Gable wishes he could have this much personality without the mask. Yeah, it definitely enhances you. Chad is great, though. I do enjoy Chad's work. I think he's not getting as much kind of reward from WWE as I expected. I did think he would have won the Intercontinental title or something by now, but yeah. Aiden said he did the thank you hands as well. Yeah, there you go. Ole chance there as well for this new or returning luchador, if you listen to the backstory, I guess. Very underrated, and he's so strong. Yeah, that German suplex he does when he lifts him off the ground is incredible. Dragon Lee control, though, flies out the top rope. Through the ropes, I should say. Dragon Lee trying to take the mask off. That's not very good of Dragon Lee. All right, I know he thinks it's Chad, but come on. Stick with tradition now. You wouldn't like it if someone did it to you, mate. You're meant to be a babyface. Even if he is a bad guy. Whoa! Hurricane Runner reverse. Yeah. A big luchador match. Knee to the face from Dragon Lee, and he's been stopped. Oh my gosh! Wow! Suplex there from the ring apron to the outside, and they whacked off the floor. A bounce there from Dragon Lee. And yeah, Michael Cole slipped up a bit there, said Gable. Maybe just playing into it. But Grande Americano is in control, guys. We're 2 minutes and 50 seconds away from the main feed coming back on. But once again, it's continuing here in the UK. So just to keep you up to date with what's going on, El Grande Americano is in control, and he's put Dragon Lee on the top rope now. Scary, weren't it, Jack? That landing. Woo! Yeah, he did say Gable. And it says, I think we should have Dragon Lee 100%, not Chad Gable in a mask versus mask match at WrestleMania. Yeah, I wonder how long he'll keep this for. That was some scary landing there. We saw another scary landing earlier on with Raquel Rodriguez. Still haven't seen a replay for that because it looked like she landed on her head. So credit to her for finishing that match well. And the after segment as well. But yeah. Oof. See, even I nearly called him Gable then. I've got to give him respect. El Grande Americano. That's my Duolingo paying off there. Oh, wow. Beautiful there. Bridged suplex from El Grande Americano. A reversal from an attack where Dragon Lee tried to dive over the rope into him. Lovely reversal there. Is Americano new? Well, he's apparently a legendary luchador that's been around for decades. If you go by Chad Gable and WWE's explanation. But yeah, it's his first show, his first match, I should say, on WWE. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and all that. Coincidentally, when Gable's in the house but has a cold. But whoever he is, he's doing well and he's in control. He's learned to master the arts of luchador, as Gable was looking to do, ironically. Dragon Lee looks like he's trying to reverse out of this, but he's not getting much luck as Gable, I've done it again. Totally not Gable has picked up El Grande. No, I'm getting all the name mixed up now. I might as well call him Rey Mysterio in a minute. Who we haven't seen out there just yet, but you never know. He might appear in front of the crowd. Dragon Lee's fighting out of it. Goes for the pin. Only a 2. Yeah. Casper thinks it is Gable. A knee to the face of whoever it is. Dragon Lee back in control now. Good match so far, though, guys. Pretty sure Grande Americano is the... well, he's not presenting as a bad guy, is he? But if it's Gable, he's certainly the heel. Dragon Lee has got El Grande Americano in trouble here. Oh, those moves scare me. You usually see it a lot inside the ring. Legs caught up on the top rope, usually in a trio row position against the turnbuckle, but this time hanging on the outside of the ring as Dragon Lee jumps up, places his feet right on the chest of El Grande Americano. Scary move to pull off for both guys. So credit to them. That was well executed. 6 count from the fans and the referee. On the way to 7 now. As the 2 luchadors try to get back to their feet and dive back in the ring in time. And make it in before the 9. And well before the 10, thankfully, because this is a fun match. Remember when Kurt Angle did it one match? What? In a mask? I don't remember that. And Sammy put on a mask too. I remember John Cena being Juan Cena when he got fired or whatever it was. He did it on the house show circuit. It's Grande Americano. Put some respect on his multi-decade career name. Yes, of course. A release German from Dragon Lee. Lovely super kick as well. Americano's in trouble. Wow. Wow. Ooh, only gets a 2. Beautiful there. Dragon Lee runs towards Americano, who just lifts him up and over him. Incredible throw there into the turnbuckle. An amazing landing there from Dragon Lee. Credit to both guys again for putting off an incredible sequence. It's been a fantastic match, guys. Oh, went for moonsault, lands on his feet. Oh, Dragon Lee picks him up, goes for the power bomb, hits it, sit out, goes for the pin. Woo! Only a 2. Aiden says, Kurt with a gold mask and suit. He won a battle royal when Baron Corbin was GM. Was that as the Los Conquistador? Yeah, that's been done. That's a character that's been used time and time again. Edge and Christian did that back in the day. Who else has done that? I think the Hardys dressed up as them in the same period, in the same feud. This is awesome chant from the fans. Dragon Lee's been unmasked. An ankle lock now from El Grande Americano. Dragon Lee's holding onto his face. I can't believe they did that. And he taps. Wow. Wow. That was so quick as well. Well executed, but my goodness. What a bad luchador. You don't do that. I mentioned it earlier on when Dragon Lee, to be fair, went for it himself. That's a spot that should not have happened earlier on because it takes away from El Grande Americano being so naughty and doing that because, to be fair, Dragon Lee tried to do it as well. But I won't take anything away from the execution there, just like I can't from the match itself and the execution of some incredible sequences there. Wow. Yeah, just unmasking the throwaway episode. Look, he got to his face, so it weren't like it showed his face properly. I'm sure someone will slow it down. It wasn't an unmasking in the sense of losing the match and therefore loses the mask, but it was a big moment that maybe itself could have still been done on a PLE or something like that. Yeah, Dragon Lee unmasked there. The ref trying to get the mask to him at this point, surely, but wow, did not expect that. Dragon Lee unmasked. A very, very heelish tactic there from whoever is under the mask of Americano. But yeah. Casper says, you said he'd win, Scott. Yeah. I didn't know like that, though. That's the second time Gable tried it, says Aiden. And Jack says that was a banger. Yeah, what a match. What a match. Now referring back to what we saw on SmackDown between Roman, Punk, and Seth Rollins. If you haven't already, check out our instant reaction review of a SmackDown on this very channel. So up next, then we're probably going to get the CM Punk segment here on Raw. He is apparently going to be on the mic tonight. I wonder if that also means we'll get Seth Rollins. I don't think we'll get Roman. I think Roman's only going to be at shows that he's been announced for. And so he did try it on the top rope, but the ref stopped him. Oh, I got you. Okay. Chad Gable Americano. Aiden is hoping Raw will be graced by the presence of the Tribal Chief next week. He has been announced for one of the London shows at least, right? Or maybe it's... Let's have a look. SmackDown. Oh, okay. He's announced for SmackDown. Don't know if he'll be on Raw then. Unless they do it as a surprise. Yeah. Playing into the history of Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns here. Again, could be a feud on its own, but CM Punk is very much involved in this now. And we talked last week, didn't we, about a potential twist in this saga that maybe Paul Heyman's going to be aligning himself with Seth Rollins. Look, we are 26 days away, as Christopher said earlier on. There's a lot of twists and turns in this story. But I'm looking forward to WrestleMania week and those predictions coming in. Once we can judge to kind of build a little bit more. But at this moment in time, I could definitely see a swerve where Seth Rollins is the man coming out on top, thanks to Paul Heyman, and a heel turn therefore for both of them as well. Not been a bad show, says Casper. Yeah, I've enjoyed this. It's been pretty fun. I think that last match was amazing. So that's definitely pushed it up a little bit there. The opener with John Cena was, again, more what we saw earlier on, but we will, don't you worry, break down our thoughts in further detail. Lucas will be back as well for the instant reaction review on this very channel, on this very stream link as well. Stay tuned at the end of the show for our thoughts there. If you're watching on demand, though, you'll also find it as a separate video on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. But we are here for the watch-along of Monday Night Raw in Glasgow. Great, again, to be able to do these live shows surrounding the European events. We don't usually get to do this for the main Raws and SmackDowns usually, or the PLEs, because they are on reasonable times. And due to other commitments as well. But thankfully, these shows have been good times for us here in Europe to cover a little bit more in depth. As I say, stay tuned though, as we lead up to WrestleMania. We'll have our build-up shows and a lot more content heading into WrestleMania week. You can be assured of that. CM Punk's music is hit. Lovely drone shot from above. Jack says, John Cena, either shave it off or get plugs. You're rich enough, something that I can't stop thinking about. The funny thing is, since he turned heel, we haven't seen it. He's been wearing his hat, right? But it's something that people have been talking about for a while. And a lot of people said when he turns heel, it's a great opportunity to change his look. And I thought maybe he would shave his head. But, you know, as he said last week, he ain't giving you what you want, man. He's playing into being that heel of, look, you want a new look, you want a new theme song, you ain't getting it. Aiden says the chair strike from Seth for him to join Triple H, and then Roman got his revenge at last year's Mania on night 2. Yeah, I love that spot at Mania where Roman couldn't let it go, basically, being reminded of that. Cole just announced that it is official, a triple threat at WrestleMania. Okay, here we go. A comb over on the crown. What I don't get, Jack, is he was basically bald back in the day anyway. Do you remember he used to cut his hair really, really short? It must be for the films. It must be. They look decent with pretty much a buzz cut or bald. But maybe as he's got older, he's thinking his face shape's changed a bit. He doesn't feel as confident anymore. I don't know. He's still a handsome man, don't get me wrong. But maybe John's feeling insecure. Now, the show continues again for us here in the UK. We are now seeing the continuation of CM Punk's entrance. The fans singing along to Cult of Personality. Not as loud as we've seen for some of the other crowds singing along to Randy Orton's theme recently. Aiden says they are serenading him, though, in the Ovo Hydro. Definitely see a few of them singing along. It's been cool seeing the stuff they've been doing outside of the TV shows as well. A lot of the live event clips have been surfacing of Punk and Cody yesterday in the ring with some kids, and just Punk seemingly taking it in. I think crying as well, just taking everything in and being like, man, look at me here. I mean, it's so good seeing how well this return for Punk's gone. Not just as a wrestling fan and as a CM Punk fan, because we all know how difficult the past few years have been. And it didn't look like we'd ever get something like this. CM Punk at peace in wrestling again. And then not being drama and fans just being able to enjoy it. Look, don't get me wrong. A lot of us enjoyed the drama as well. But on a human level, I think loads of us just wanted CM Punk to have the kind of twilight of his career that he deserved. You know, as you can see now with the fans embracing him. Tom Talks Rubbish in the house. Says, what's up, my guy? What's up to you, Tom? Good to hear from you, mate. Hope you're doing well. As always, do want to shout out friends of the channel, Some Talks Rubbish, who does some great interviews with wrestling media personalities. And we've also had great comments here from Jack, our friend from Exploring the Smoke as well. Talk about an OG member of the Rebellious Noise crew. Always appreciate having those boys in the house here as well. Casper's enjoyed these streams. Enjoyed having you with us, mate. We're not done yet. Still got to analyze the rest of tonight's show and the 2 London shows as well. But I appreciate the comment and the love. Punk cried during Cody's entrance at the house show. Yeah, that's the video I was referring to, Aiden. That's what it was. Sheamus apparently returning in Ireland. Okay. Aiden's enjoyed the streams as well. Thank you, Aiden. Appreciate you joining us. Always good to see names pop back in. Of course, I know you've dove into our world of Rebellious Noise in recent weeks, and it's been great having your insight and your input to these streams as well. So I appreciate you. Little clip here from CM Punk and Stephanie having a conversation about the return at Survivor Series a few years back now, or over a year ago. What a return. Still can't believe it. How cool was that return? Oh, I want to watch this. Okay, looking forward to that new show from Stephanie McMahon then. Here we have CM Punk in the ring, though, and they've just said, as was mentioned in the comments just now by Aiden, it is official. Triple threat match at WrestleMania, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns. Not for a title, though. Quite bizarre. Yeah, Aiden, you jumped on board on the Barcelona show. Yeah. Thank you for that, mate. And I'm glad you decided to stick around and enjoyed what you saw there. As I say, it's been great doing these streams for the European Raw and SmackDown events. And he knows how to say Glasgow or Glasgow. At least it's not Glasgow. He says he's happy to be here and be with his friends in Glasgow, but he's not in a good mood. He's a little PO. Interesting reception, though. Of course, they are very happy to see him. But as Lucas said earlier on, before we dove into the watch-along proper, was saying, look, last time he was in Glasgow, he cost Drew McIntyre. Yeah, Aiden wonders if Heyman will get involved. I do think it's going to happen. Talk myself into it more. Casper says soon we'll be back to being on at 3 o'clock in the morning for us over here in Europe. Aiden says, in my last stream for this tour will be the SmackDown, but I'll certainly send my feedback. Yeah, definitely, mate. Yeah, definitely. With you being out in London at the O2, it'd be great to hear what your thoughts are on the show itself. And yeah, stick with us for SmackDown as well. You're back in the house. Always good to see you as well, my friend. Says hi, everyone. This John Cena heel turn is getting worse and worse and worse by the week. Please end this horribly written storyline now. Oh, man. It's been interesting, right? It's not been what I think we wanted. And again, I keep saying it. I think they've done that on purpose to make him unlikable, but it's also not massively enjoyable, is it? I like bits about it, but yeah, anyway. And it says last time he cost Drew and he had the Celtic jumper on and the Rangers side of Glasgow. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And it says my mic's going weird. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. If that's the case, let me see if I can kind of unplug it and turn it back on. Give me a moment, just in case we do have an issue with the mic. All right, yeah. I think there's even a chance my mic weren't even on. It was using an internal mic. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know if that was coming from here or where. I think that might have been what happens. Technical difficulties live and all that fun stuff, right? As you just heard there, CM Punk says Heyman isn't just Roman's wise man. Of course, referring to his past. Okay, contract signing in London. Why are you booing? Because Roman's not there tonight, mate. Yeah. See, this is why he's playing into that. This is something that Lucas was saying about with the Barcelona crowd when they said, look, Roman's not here. He's here next week. It didn't go down well. So Punk playing into it, saying, look, I wanted it here tonight as well. That's why I'm here. Clever. Yeah, apologies, Aiden, for my mic issues there. For anyone else that noticed that. Hopefully it's better now. Aiden says better be on Raw next week. Rather than SmackDown. Aiden's off to Raw, not SmackDown. Universal said John Cena turning heel could have been huge. Unfortunately, it is embarrassing and forgettable. When they say shut the F up, he really needs to shut the F up. No one cares. End this, please. We deserve better. See, heel Cena will say you don't. That's the point, right? But again, I don't think it's hitting the way they think it was gonna. We'll break down that a little bit further on the instant reaction review, but great points there, Universal. Ooh. Punk says, I brought you into this business referring to the Shield. And I can't be the man to take you both out of it. There you go. Best of the world over and out. There you go. Definitely playing into the Shield part of this story now. You might as well. All right, so that was that for CM Punk. Next week, Monday Night Raw will be in London. Okay, yeah, explaining that the time is going to be different in London for those watching in America because, yeah, London is about to jump into British Standard Time, British Summertime, I should say. At the moment on Greenwich Mean Time still. Oh, Logan Paul's going to be in London as well. Interesting. He got a interesting reaction the last time I was at the O2 for a WWE show. Whew. Well, okay. So next week on Raw, Logan Paul calling out AJ Styles. Seemingly going to be the WrestleMania match for these two as well. Aiden giving a little bit of context as far as where Hydro is within Glasgow, just 28 minutes away from Ibrox, of course, where Rangers play. 2 hours gone, says Casper. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to 3 hours, if I'm honest. I don't think it's going to be that long. Yeah, Logan Paul's going to be there in London when you are, Aiden. Early time next week as well. Oh my gosh, another one next week. How am I this? Oh, I don't want to be reacting like this. But I am thinking, we're going to get the same thing again next week. Great. There you go, guys. And I'll probably use the same graphic again as well. No, Cody Rhodes. Maybe mix that up. Yeah. Oh, no. What a state they've got us in. Women's World title on the line next week. Bianca Belair is the referee. Taking up to be a good Monday Night Raw. What will we see on SmackDown in London? So, guys, what do you think of Monday Night Raw so far? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget, we'll be back after this for an instant reaction stream as well. Ron Breaker backstage. Being interviewed by Kathy Kelly, talking about the fastest rising star in Penta coming after him tonight. Even though he's being kind of enticed, it would seem, by Judgment Day. I wonder if that's going to play into this more than we originally thought. Maybe he's not winning the title because of this. Yeah, a lot of hype around next week's Monday Night Raw. Dogs are barking in Glasgow. Okay, Breaker and Penta for the title is up next, guys. All right, so I'm assuming this is main event time. I don't think there's anything else really advertised. So it looks like we will not be getting to the 3-hour mark. It's probably going to be about 2.5. Again, for those that are watching a feed that doesn't continue at the moment, we are seeing another ad for the European Football Legacy titles. Another shout out for the Celtic and Rangers titles for the Glasgow fans who argue amongst themselves about. Yeah, it is 8 p.m. again for us next week, guys. Just to clarify that. What's this? American made. So maybe it's not over just yet. Here we go. Gable's coming out. Sick night, of course. Let's see what he's going to say for himself. He's come out to personally apologize for getting sick. He says hoping to perform. I think he purposely messed up on the pronunciation there as well. Chad's second entrance is Aiden. Apparently not. He said, "Don't boo a sick man. He's under recover." A minute and a half away from the main feed coming back on, but again, at the moment, we've got a Chad Gable promo with American Made. He's playing up. He's being sick. He's asking for a cheer for El Grande Americano. I've got to give it to him. Whoever is under that mask is doing well. Naughty tactics with a Dragon Lee unmasking, though, but still a fantastic match. Sick with the Scottish air, apparently. They could barely even do the thank you. Michael Cole really not buying the Chad Gable Grande Americano situation there. We are 20 seconds away from the main feed coming back, guys. Yeah, we've got the gracias from Michael Cole. I'm not so confident about Penta winning now, guys. I was earlier, but now that we got the Judgment Day involved in a bit more kind of a bit more of a kind of impactful way than I expected. I mean, they've been in and around the IC title picture. Of course, we mentioned it earlier on before we started the watch-along portion of the show when we did the kind of preview portion, myself and Lucas. But yeah, Cole's having fun out there. WWE shop ad there. As I say, there is a mega store in London at the moment, guys. I am thinking of going. So if you want to see that content, let me know. I can see what I can get done for you guys. Show you what's at the WWE store in London. Aiden says, I think it's time for the main event. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that. There we go. Penta. There you go. Woo! Look at that pyro. Championship worthy pyro right there. I don't know. Is he going to do it? Aiden says, if I don't go to the shop, it's in the O2, mate. There's a little outlet there, but I've got loads of shops. And at the moment, there's a WWE UFC mega store. So it's going to be there until after the show. So when you're in town, make sure you head to that. But again, I'll see if I can get some content around that as well. Casper says, Cena and Cody under the same roof again next week. And don't join the Judgment Day. Yeah, same thing we're seeing next week. Let's see if they do anything different with it this time. But tonight, we've got Penta going after the IC title. Could become the Intercontinental Champion tonight and win his first title in WWE. Or will we see the Judgment Day have something to do with that and prevent him from doing so? Or maybe even help him. I don't see him join the Judgment Day, but it'd be mad if they did. I mean, he's so over as a babyface and he's such a fresh new talent. I don't think there's any need to change the presentation of him just yet. There we go. Bron Breakker. And looking forward to seeing Cody and Cena and Rhea Ripley in person next week at the O2 on Monday Night Raw. And it says, unless Dom, Liv, and Raquel are turning face. Now, I don't see it. I think for Dom to turn face, it'd be huge. It'd have to be something to do with Ray. And Liv and Raquel, I mean, they're doing great as heels as well. So, it can't be that, surely. If anything, it'll probably be them feuding with Penta because he turns them down or something. I don't know if he'll win the title now. I'm really not sure. As I mentioned, the Slammy Awards will be part of WWE World. And I'm not a massive fan of that, but, at least they're using the Slammies again. I just feel like it's kind of lost in the shuffle, really. Something for those at WWE World to go to, don't get me wrong. But, there's so much going on WrestleMania week, guys. We're going to try and cover as much as we can on this channel. Not just myself, but the rest of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew as well. And, of course, we're going to openly invite out to many of our friends from the wrestling media world. Some of the familiar faces that have popped onto this channel over the past few years, doing some great work at their respective outlets, but, of course, always welcome and giving us great analysis on this channel as well. The likes of Dom and Sam and Andy, Skillet, just to name a few. Of course, members of the Give Me a Whole Year, WrestleSphere, and Wrestling Royalty channels as well. Shout out to those boys. Oh, yeah, Casper says, I forgot John Cena's breaking up with us. I forgot about that. We're going to be a crazy ex or something soon, right? If we don't leave him alone. All right, match is underway. Back and forth straight away. No one in early control just yet. Oh, just as to say that. Penta hits a few kicks on Bron. That makes it look like he might take control. But Bron is steaming against the ropes and hits Penta with a clothesline. Again, no early significant advantage for either man just yet. Breaker thrown into the ropes by Penta. By Arkham Runner. Breaker looks like he's running to the outside of the ring, opposite side now. Penta now dive off the middle rope into the outside, but runs into a sort of a drop kick there. Cole's described it as a knee. Didn't quite see what actually hit Penta. Bron's kind of looking heelish there. He kind of has to. I mean, Penta is the babyface. Woo! A dive from the ring apron to the announce table by Bron Breakker. One of his kind of signature moves now as he holds his thigh or his hip even. Looks in pain there. Here we go, though. 2 members of the Judgment Day making their way to the ring. Dominic and Carlito coming out to apparently cheer on Penta. As Casper says, it's not the Cena we wanted. It's different. We'll see where it goes. Yeah, we certainly will. 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes and 50 seconds, I should say, before the main feed comes back. But again, we'll fill you in what's going on at the moment. Dominic and Carlito are now kind of taunting Bron Breakker, if you will. Breakker has picked up Penta, starts dragging him towards the ring. No. Gonna bounce him off the announce table there. And starts diverting attention once again to the bad guys from the Judgment Day. Braun has thrown Penta back into the ring now. We're just over 2 minutes away from the main feed coming back, but the match continues. Braun very much in control of Penta now. This match is slowed down now. Whoa, okay. The old Scott Steiner spot there, going for a pin and then going, actually hitting a little bit of a press-up spot there instead. Penta will win by DQ, but Breakker will retain his title. That's a good shout, actually. Now that we're getting closer to a decision, it does feel like that is one that is more likely now, judging by all the kind of factors that we've got going on here. With the Judgment Day being out there, Penta's grabbed the rope there to prevent the pinfall. We are 1 minute and 20 seconds away from the main feed coming back on. Dom just flipped his hair into the face of the announcers so that his wet hair goes all over him. Or the wetness from his hair, I should say. Lovely, man. Bron Breakker very much in control now. 1 minute to go before the main feed comes back. Penta is not looking good at the moment. Aiden thinks that Dom will throw a chair and that it will hit Penta. Could do. Casper's thinking maybe a Penta in Judgment Day quick heel turn. I think it's too soon. There'll be a shock. 30 seconds away now from the main feed coming back. Bron Breakker not looking happy with the Judgment Day being at ringside. A little distracted there. It'd be weird if they were to cause a Penta to win, but Penta doesn't turn heel in that. Maybe that's what they'll do. 10 seconds away from the main feed coming back. Just in time for a nice little rest hold. Got a late chance again. There we go. Lovely shot from above of the Hydro Arena once again. 11,000, says Michael Cole. Near enough, at least. Penta is fighting back now. Lovely chop to the chest of Bron Breakker. Doesn't seem to affect him, though. Fires back with a punch. And Penta's back on the floor. Says, you want this championship? Come on, come get it. Breakker. Oh, super kick from Penta. Breakker again. It's blow for blow here. There you go, Bronze. Oh, wow. Stole that amazingly, by the way. Bounces off the ropes. Goes for maybe one of those big spears, but Penta hits him with a super kick. And again, well sold by the champion. Let's go Penta and then dueling chants there. Both guys being appreciated by this audience. Penta certainly picking up momentum here. Oh, Penta caught there. This would be a big statement if he won the title. I mean, it would say a lot, and we've said this a few times on this channel about Penta joining WWE. Being put in a big position like this, it says a lot to people that are thinking of leaving AEW. To think, oh, how would I be treated over there? Able to give him a title, it would look pretty good. A similar move to Carlito's there. This has been referring to it, kind of a backstabber-like move from Penta as Carlito watches on. Oh, he goes for the destroyer. It's prevented by Braun, though, who turns him round and lifts him above his head. Oh, knees to the chest. I see the guys in the comments are making their own little Judgment Day faction. You know what? He's not in it anymore, but I once did get the opportunity to ask Damian Priest what it takes to become a Judgment Day member. So if you want to know, guys, check that out on this channel. Again, he's not in it anymore, but he's certainly a big, big part of its history. And bringing people into the fold in the past. Oh, okay. Slightly clumsy from the guys on the top there, but let's hope they get in order soon, because you don't want any kind of big mishaps in a high-risk move here. But Penta's broke out of this. Whoa! Kind of a head scissors Hurricane Rana there from the top rope. Penta gets ready to fly, and he does. Oh! Carlito and Dom excited by what they see from Penta. As if he's already in the Judgment Day. Still arguing in the comments about who's in this new Judgment Day, guys. Come on, guys. Play nice. We can all go to Waffle House together. Oh! He hits the Mexican Destroyer this time. Oh, I thought that was it. Hayden says, eating all night with waffles and tequila. Wow. Just a 2 for that Mexican Destroyer. Did it deserve a pinfall? It was impressive. They're trying to win him over with a bit of Spanish there. And, oh. Bronze broke out of it. Did Penta take his eye off the ball for a little bit too long there? Oh, lovely Frankensteiner. 1, 2, no. Penta's still in it, guys. Braun's still angry at the sight of Judgment Day being on the outside. It seems straps are going down. Braun feeding on from the cloud in Glasgow, but Dom is up on the apron for a distraction. And Carlito tries to get involved, but Braun's throwing him over the top rope into the ring, bounces off the rope, hits him with a giant spear. The referee tries to get Carlito to leave, but will Penta take advantage here? Oh, Dominic. Oh, no. DQ. DQ. I think, Aiden, you guessed it earlier, mate. Braun wins by DQ, but still the champ. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, Finn hits him from behind with a chair. Wow, Balor's there. Saving his Judgment Day buddy. Penta just looks confused in the side of the ring. Finn's looking like he wants to hit Dom there, but he gives the chair to him instead. Little tease there. They've had a few of those lately. Dom going in on Breaker now. Will Penta be the honorable good guy and try and stop this? He's asking what's going on. Dom's handing the chair over to Penta. And you'd imagine Penta's going to hit Dom. It's going to backfire on Dom. And Finn, as you can see, is not going to be happy about this. Yeah, he did say DQ, but the other way around. And he did say chairs involved. There certainly is now. Penta's thinking about it. He's not going to do it. He's going to hit Dom. Oh! Throws it to Dom, who catches it, hits him with a super kick. Balor looks disappointed in Dom and attacks Penta as well. Wow. Balor disappointed and attacks Bron Breakker. And frustrated with Dom, throws the chair down, heads up to the top rope, and goes to set up for the coup de grace, hits it on Penta. You're right, Balor is not impressed. Carlito stumbles back into the ring. And Balor picks up Dom. At least Balor's looking strong, though. Guys, once again, we are going to have our instant reaction review in just a moment. But that is it for the Monday Night Raw, coming to you live from Glasgow. We're going to be back in just a moment for our instant reaction. If you are watching live, stay tuned. If you're watching on demand, you'll find it on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling YouTube channel by the time you look for it anyway. Balor does have an angry look on his face, as Aiden. Yeah, he wasn't pleased with how that went down. But hey, he took control. And it looks like he's taking control of the Judgment Day once again. But again, thank you so much to everyone that's joined us for the watch-along experience here on Monday Night Raw from Glasgow. We're going to be hitting you with an instant reaction review, breaking down each and every moment from Monday Night Raw tonight, including the segments and the matches themselves, the in-ring stuff and the backstage segments and the kind of promos as well. So thank you to everyone that's joined us on tonight's watch along of Monday Night Raw. As I say, we'll be back in a few moments for the instant reaction review. Stay tuned here, guys. You don't want to miss it, and you don't have to go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the instant reaction review of Monday Night Raw, the 24th of March, 2025, which came from Glasgow, Scotland. It was quite a fun show. It was a noteworthy show. There are a few things kind of lead into next Monday Night Raw in London to dive into, but generally speaking, as I say, quite an enjoyable one. It didn't quite go to the 3 hours, about 2 hours and 25 minutes, I believe, but still quite an enjoyable show overall. Want to know in the comments though, guys, what did you think of the show tonight? If I'm honest, I think the main event kind of was misplaced. It was a title match, and it therefore deserved to be in that spot. I think it was a kind of cool what we saw with Finn Balor at the end, but I'm not a big fan of the kind of DQ finish and kind of doing what they did essentially to Penta just there. Casper says it was a fun show. Good to have Casper in the house for the instant reaction review as well. But guys, let me know in the comments what you thought of the show overall. Where does it rank as well when, you know, we kind of compare it to what else we've seen here from the European Tour? We've still got 2 more shows, of course. Next week we'll have, or later this week I should say, SmackDown from the O2 in London, and then Monday Night Raw this time next week would have just wrapped up from London as well, and we'll cover those in depth on this very channel. But I want to know what you think of tonight's show in Glasgow. Look, it was quite a stacked card as far as kind of championship matches go. We had 2 title matches, both Intercontinental Championships on the line. We had the mystery partner to kind of get excited about as well. And then we were also promised a CM Punk promo and a Cody Rhodes and John Cena interaction, which we once again got as well. But it was also a extremely fun match between Dragon Lee and El Grande Americano, who in the end took the mask off of Dragon Lee in a very, very naughty way. Of course, the luchador should not be doing that, but I got to say it was a very fun match, probably the most enjoyable thing from this show. Casper says 7 out of 10 as far as a ranking goes. I'd probably be around there as well. Again, I think a big part of it for me is that luchador match between El Grande Americano and Dragon Lee. But before we get there, let's start at the very beginning of the show. It was kicked off, of course, by John Cena and Cody Rhodes, and it was pretty much the same thing that we saw last week. And I've got to be honest, it was disappointing because there wasn't much progress. Again, much like last week, I kind of get where they're going with this. It seems like they are playing off of things from the past, from a long, long time ago, where Cena basically said, look, you saw me winning the title and turning it into the spinner as turning it into a toy. Well, I'm actually going to win the title, and you're going to be the one left with the toy because I'm going to take the real championship away and retire with it. Now, I'm going to make a mockery of the business, basically. I'm going to make a mockery of you guys and, you know, destroy the history and the tradition of the business by overtaking Ric Flair and basically being a kind of bad champion and retiring with it. I kind of get where they're going with it. I feel like that's the kind of thing people felt 15 years ago. Could be people argued this. Oh, he only does 5 moves. Oh, he wears shorts, jorts in the ring, and he just. That's the kind of thing people were saying before. So again, I can kind of get, like, his detractors were saying that back in the day when he was a babyface. So I kind of get where they're going with it, but I'm not sure if it's working. The other route would have been to change his character completely and be, new music and kind of just. I mean, he's a bad guy. Don't get me wrong. He's acting like a bad guy, but it's not like what we expected. And again, I think that's because they don't want to They don't want to do that. Casper says it was okay as a segment. Yeah, I have to agree. And look, if you were watching the watch along with us, guys, if you were watching the show with us on the watch along, I should say, by the way, thank you to everyone that did tune in for the watch along. You would have seen that when they did announce the same thing for next week, Cody Rhodes, John Cena meeting face to face, I just sighed. I was just like, okay. And what? You know, like, there's a bit of progression here, but we still don't know really why he's done it. We still haven't heard from The Rock or anything about The Rock or even about what Cena actually did. And Cody's kind of not got over it, but like shifted his focus. You know, last week it was like, I want the old John Cena. And this week it's more like, I want to defend the WWE and you from ruining it. Like, I don't know. It's just strange. Again, if you want to know my thoughts further on this and that original promo, check it out on this very channel. You can see my reaction to it on this channel as well. But let's move on from that opening segment. Again, it wasn't the most exciting, but as Casper says, we'll have to see where it goes. So that was the opening segment with Cody Rhodes and John Cena. They kicked off Monday Night Raw with an interruption from Cody Rhodes. Then we got the mystery tag partner and Jey Uso going up against A-Town Down. The mystery tag partner was solved. The mystery of that mystery was solved straight away, pretty much. In the middle of Jey Uso's entrance, it was none other than his brother, Jimmy Uso. That's right. The Usos returned. Oh, it sounded like I was getting emotional there. A little bit of a voice crack. I'm a big fan of the Usos. But that was a coincidence. But look, I said it on the watch along. I'm glad it was Jimmy. I know a lot of people expected it to be Joe Hendry. And I actually thought we would still get a Joe Hendry surprise on this show. Disappointing that we didn't. But I'm happy we saw the Usos reunite. How can you be disappointed with that? My big fear, and if you were with us on the preview before the watch along itself, you'll know my big fear was that Jimmy Uso would come out and people would be disappointed in it being revealed to be Jimmy Uso as Jay's mystery partner because people got themselves hyped up and in the mood for Joe Hendry. Now, they didn't seem to struggle with that as badly because I think it was wise for them to just bring him straight out. Like, you didn't get the typical, the heels wait in the ring, then the good guy comes out and goes, this is who's with me, and then the big pop with the kind of music or anything like that. And I do think it's because they genuinely were protecting Jimmy Uso here. And that sounds crazy to say. They're one of the most important and most incredible tag teams of any generation. But realistically, at the moment, Jimmy's in a bit of an uphill battle trying to bring himself to the level of Jey Uso. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of Big Jim. I've liked what he's done lately. He's changed up his look and he's bought into the kind of yeet stuff and all that kind of side of it as well, which I think he needs to do. But I do think that it would have been damaging for him if they presented this in any other way. The only other way I would have liked to see him do it was if they just came out to the Usos theme song. But again, I think the presentation of Jey is so important that Jimmy's got to kind of play into that now. And they were kind of like the way they used to be as the Usos anyway. Like, I think Jey's character and Jimmy's characters are both extensions of the way they were as a tag team, but in very different ways. And I do think that they played into Jay's new character more so, and all in all, I liked what we saw from the return of the Usos. Now, Casper says I called it. Yeah, as the partner being Jimmy. Look, I thought it could be Joe, but I think Jimmy was the more likely out of the two. And Casper also says I was okay with it being Jimmy. It was nice that he tagged with his brother again. It was a fun match as well, wasn't it, guys? It was really enjoyable to see the Usos back together. Didn't miss a step except for at the very end, to be fair, where Jey definitely missed a step. They had this spot essentially where Jey went to go for the spear and he slipped. Now, this played into a backstage segment later on where Jimmy was basically saying, look, last week you messed up that dive, you became a meme, and this week you slipped. I think that was really cool how they played into what happened last week. Again, I'm not sure now. I want to see last week's one again. Was that on purpose as someone playing the character? Or was it a genuine mistake that they've now kind of just found a way to create a storyline from by saying, look, you're not confident. You're not the same Jey that could be beating Gunther, and you need to be that, Jay. You need to be the right-hand man, the main event, the Royal Rumble winner, and Jimmy really trying to fire up his brother, essentially goes into the next corridor, happens to see Gunther walking by, and says, me and you next week, gives him a big old slap. So I think next week, Gunther's going to take that anger out on Jimmy, and we're going to see a new fire, coming, lit under essentially his brother, Jey Uso, as we start leading towards WrestleMania, as we get very, very, very close now to WrestleMania. Indeed, we're 26 days away now at time of recording. So let's see how things shape up next week on Monday Night Raw when Jimmy Uso faces Gunther. Now, the match itself, as I say, was quite enjoyable. I like what A-Town Down Under did here as well. They played into their roles as heels at this show very well. Then we get to the first of our 2 title matches tonight. It was the Intercontinental Championship of the Women's Division being defended by Lyra Valkyria against Raquel. And Raquel Rodriguez. I was really confused as to what the IC title means lately, and I'm still not sure. I mean, it seems like they're cementing Lyra a little bit more now, and we're just not taking the title off her anytime soon. Raquel, I don't think, should have won it, and she didn't win it, and I was glad that was the case. Of course, Liv Morgan was out there cheering her on, but essentially, Lyra did pick up the victory, and she gets attacked at the end by Liv Morgan. You can see the heels basically taking advantage of the situation by having a numbers game. There was a very, very scary spot, to me at least. I'll have to watch it back, where Raquel landed on her face and you heard a thud. Now, either it was just the way it was presented and it was sold very well, or she just legit landed on her face. It's quite scary. I actually thought she was out for a bit. She started moving. Thankfully, it wasn't that bad, it would seem. At time of recording, haven't really seen any reports surrounding it or anything like that. But yeah, scary spot. Maybe it just was something sold incredibly that I just kind of was, hook, line, and sinker on, really. But yeah, credit where it's due. Still, they managed to finish the match. If there was an injury or something like that, or a nasty kind of bump essentially for Raquel, they finished the match quite well. And they wrapped it up with a successful defense for Lyra. No title change for us here with the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Would we see it in the men's division? We'll be getting to that again very soon, of course. Next up, we did get that backstage segment that we mentioned a moment ago as well from Jimmy and Jay. Actually, no, just before that, we had Pat McAfee in his kilt standing up on the announce table and praising Scotland. That was nice to see, wasn't it? With a video package highlighting the feud surrounding the women's world title with Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, and Bianca Belair. But as of this very moment, it was not official, and it still isn't official just yet. We'll have to see what happens next week on Raw, because Rhea Ripley got given her rematch, but not in the way that we were expecting. It's not going to be a triple threat match at WrestleMania, not just yet anyway. It's going to be one-on-one, Rhea Ripley getting a rematch against Io Sky. Now, this here started out with an annoyed GM in what's his name now? I've forgotten his name. You know what I'm saying. It's official. You know what I'm talking about. He comes out. I'm forgetting his name. Adam Pearce. That's it. Adam Pearce comes out, says, look, it's not official. I've got this contract. There's only 2 names officially on it. Doesn't matter how much Rhea wants to scribble her name onto it. She's not in the match. But I've been trying to pin her down for a rematch anyway, so we're going to do that next week. Just like we've seen the past few weeks, we saw Rhea and Bianca going face-to-face, and Io basically trying to get involved. And Io saying, look, I don't care if it's a triple threat. It's Bianca saying, no. I've earned this match. Rhea don't deserve to be in this. Now, again, I understand where she's coming from, but it feels a bit heelish to me. That's not the kind of thing a babyface usually says. So I feel that this is, again, leading towards Bianca fully twisting and turning into a heel. Casper said this segment was okay. It kind of just led towards next week, didn't it? I mean, next week we are getting that match. Whether or not Rhea wins, I really don't know. Again, I mentioned it earlier on the watch along. I was on the Kick Out podcast a little while back, actually, talking about what happened at Elimination Chamber. And DJ Ace was on it, and he was saying, look, I think that Io is a transitional champ, and she's going to lose the title before WrestleMania. Now, a few days after that clip went live, he commented saying, I regret this, basically. But now I'm wondering if he doesn't. If he's thinking, you know what, this might actually happen. Io Sky could be out of the match completely come WrestleMania. And if that's the case, that would be a shame. But when we first saw Bianca win the Chamber match, I thought, why is she winning this? She's in a feud, surely, involved with Naomi and Jade. No, I think she's been held off that. She's going to go back into that later on. So I thought, okay, fair enough. Rhea Ripley versus Bianca, that makes sense. And at the time, Io Sky was going after the title, and I thought, well, she ain't winning it. But she did. So now I'm like, what's going on? Is it going to be a triple threat, or is she going to be kicked out of this feud next week? Again, it would be a real shame for her and for fans of her if that was the case, because she, again, although isn't really that marquee match that we're all expecting, you know, to see Rhea versus Bianca, two faces of the women's division these days, of their generation, Io deserves to be in that spot as well at the moment. So it's a bit like the triple threat with Seth, Roman, and you might expect Dean Ambrose, but instead against Seth, CM Punk, who does have history of both Seth and Roman Reigns, and of course their formation of the Shield in the first place anyway. So yeah, kind of reminds me of that, but we'll see. This time next week, we could be talking about a completely different match. Now, next up, it wasn't on the main feed, but we did get a promo from the New Day, who basically said, we're going to win the tag titles at WrestleMania. Now, you would imagine that means they're going to be facing off against the War Raiders. And then we did see officially, backstage, unofficially, them demand a match. And Mr. Official himself says, no, I think. It doesn't look like it's there officially just yet, but Adam Pearce looks like he needs to get control of this roster. He seems a little bit annoyed that everybody's trying to give themselves title matches at WrestleMania that haven't been officially given by the company. But we'll see where that goes. Again, of all the titles I expected to see get a nailed-down match anytime soon, it wasn't that one. And it's certainly, if you're going to go through the two tag titles, it wasn't the Raw ones that I would picture. The SmackDown division has been cooking the past few months, and it feels like that's what we're going to get. Nothing to do with the Raw side of things. But hey, it looks like maybe we are actually going to get something from the Raw side of things on WrestleMania. Now, let's get into what happened next on this show. As Casper says, the roster is out of control, all demanding matches. We saw Dragon Lee versus El Grande Americano, and this honestly was match of the night. So enjoyable. There were some amazing spots here, and look, I know it's all about wink wink nudge nudge, it's Chad Gable, but whether that was part of the storyline or not, this was such an enjoyable match. It was phenomenal. I really enjoyed their work together. Chad Gable, of course, when he faced off against Penta, was amazing, and he worked very well in that lucha style to bring Penta into the WWE for his debut match. Then you might be thinking, what are you talking about Chad Gable for? It was nothing to do with Chad Gable. Chad Gable's sick. We saw him backstage saying, look, I'm sorry, guys, coughing up. I'm not going to be able to compete tonight. Dragon Lee says, you know what? I'll face whoever. Again, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Later on, Chad comes out and praises his totally not American luchador counterpart and says that, again, sorry for not competing. Now, whoever was under the mask, guys, I've got to say, competed incredibly, but not honorably, because at the end of the match, the reason they won is because they yanked the mask off of Dragon Lee. Now, if you go back and watch that portion of the watch along, you'll see my reaction was one of utter shock and disbelief. I couldn't believe they'd done a spot like that on Monday Night Raw. A few people in the comments were saying it might have been wasted. It was a big spot, but I was shocked at how they pulled it off successfully. Now, people are going to slow it down. Maybe you'll see Dragon Lee's face. And if you do, it's a real shame. But it was, it was, from what I saw in real time, perfectly executed and a very shocking moment that, yeah, maybe would have had a better place on a PLE, but it wasn't like it was a mask versus mask where he just lost his mask. Like, Dragon Lee's going to be wearing his mask the next time we see him. But it was still a big moment and a risky moment to put off on live TV as well. So, yeah, for me, really enjoyable match. A shocking end, but still one I really enjoyed as well. Match of the night, says Casper. I agree. Yeah, Dragon Lee versus Americano. A really, really fun match. Really fun to have you commenting along as well. Anyone lurking in the background, guys, would love to know what you guys think of the show in Glasgow. Was it an enjoyable show? And did you enjoy this one like myself and Casper did as the match of the night? That wasn't it, though. We might have been done with the match of the night, but next up we get a segment from CM Punk, who comes to the ring and just continues talking about, of course, the storyline he's involved with. It's the Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns storyline. The most notable thing here, I think, was basically him alluding to, again, the fact that he's not just Roman Reigns' wise man, and that potentially that could play into the storyline here. Now, we touched on it on SmackDown. A few people in the comments were saying it back then, and I've really started to get into this theory that maybe this is all leading to Paul Heyman turning, not just on Roman Reigns, but also on CM Punk by aligning himself with Seth Rollins. I mentioned it last week. I can see Seth turning heel. He's due a heel turn. And if you want to know my thoughts in a bit more detail and kind of what I thought about that segment between those four guys last week on SmackDown, then you've got an instant reaction review for that on this channel as well. But you're currently watching the Raw instant reaction review for a exciting show out in Glasgow with a great crowd who Punk really played into here. He said, you know, it was great to be here in Glasgow, or to be alive in Glasgow, and all that stuff he usually says. Says, I love coming here. Great to see my friends, but I'm annoyed because, you know, next week in London, there's going to be a contract signing, but there could have been one tonight. I was here to progress this situation, but Roman Reigns hasn't shown up. And again, we talked about this earlier on in the European tour when Lucas was out there in Barcelona. He said the fans did not respond well to Heyman basically saying, hey, here's a promo for Roman Reigns being in the game. He's not here, by the way, but he'll be here on SmackDown next week. Didn't go down well, and they've done it a few times on this tour, and I think this is a wise way to kind of work around it from CM Punk. So, yeah, very clever there from CM Punk to basically play into the fans by saying, look, hey, I'm here. Casper says CM Punk segment was okay. It was good to see the Punk. Yeah, good to see him. And again, good for the fans to see him in person as well. No Seth Rollins, no Roman Reigns, but CM Punk doing the heavy lifting this week as far as promoting that feud. And it is official, by the way, guys. They've announced it. That is a match to take place at WrestleMania. Not like we didn't expect it, don't get me wrong, but again, it is now official. Next up came the main event. It was Braun Breaker versus Penta in the second Intercontinental title match of the night. Of course, now for the men's version of that championship. And I was thinking, look, one of them might change hands here. And we didn't see it with the women's. Where are we going to see it with the men's? And I kept thinking all along, why is this match happening? Is it because they are putting so much in Penta that they already want to give him a title? And I started to think, you would have seen it, guys, if you joined us for the preview of the show as well. Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. No, it's not yet anyway. And it became clearer as the night went on, because they played into this kind of Judgment Day part of the story where they are basically trying to get, I say they, Dominic mainly is trying to get Penta to join the Judgment Day, and it backfired on him. But it was okay because Finn Balor was here to kind of calm things down and take order once again in the Judgment Day at the end of the match. And it's because the match ended in a DQ, which is a bit of a shame. But again, as far as the storyline progressing, it kind of made sense because we saw, you know, what was ultimately the goal of this match, having Penta turn down the Judgment Day and Finn Balor take control, as I say again, of that stable, and clearly having a bit of an issue with Dominic over his attempts at trying to bring Penta into the fold of the group. Now, this match itself was quite enjoyable. Got some nice high spots and you know, fun moments in the match overall. Was it as good as the other lucha match we saw earlier on, or other match that involved luchadors? No, I think the match earlier on was much better, if I'm honest, but still a fun match overall. Decent way to end the show. Again, it was more about the storyline progression for the Judgment Day and Penta staying strong as a babyface. It was confusing though. We had babyface versus babyface in the match anyway. Braun kind of plays into being a heel a little bit, but yeah, it wasn't to be for Penta. He certainly wasn't turning heel tonight. As Casper says, Penta joining the Judgment Day, as you said, would have been a bit too soon, and a heel turn would have been as well, generally speaking. He's massively over, guys. You know, he's doing well at the moment, and I think they've got to continue this kind of hype train that we're all on, really, for the man with no fear, Penta. And yeah, I do think he might be winning that title soon. And we mentioned on the preview that maybe we're going to see something like a fatal four-way at WrestleMania for the Intercontinental Championship. And maybe that's where Penta is crowned instead. Now that we've led to, you know, him potentially getting close to that title already, I think that's opened a lot of people's eyes that, yeah, maybe Penta's going to be winning the championship within WWE quicker than many of us expected. But that's pretty much it, guys. That was Monday Night Raw from Glasgow, Scotland. Next up, of course, as I say, we've got London, England for both SmackDown and Raw coming to you live from the O2 Arena. We're going to try and bring you as much coverage as we can surrounding the O2 shows as always. Again, very, very thankful for those that have tuned in to not only this instant reaction review, but the watch along as well. If you're watching live, you can go back and find it on the earlier part of this stream. If you're watching on demand, you can also find it on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel in the archive as well. Once again, last week we touched on SmackDown, so if you want to know my thoughts on that, feel free to go over and check that video out on this very channel as well. But you've been watching the instant reaction review for Monday Night Raw from Glasgow. An enjoyable show overall. I've got a message from Lucas, who was going to join us, but he said, I fell asleep at the end. That was awful. Lucas, not a fan. We'll try and get him on the next stream to break it down a little bit further than that. But yeah, not a big fan of what you saw tonight. Look, there were things that I think that could have been better. The John Cena thing is still leaving much to be desired for. I think the ending being a DQ wasn't great, but hey, the Judgment Day situation is starting to be a bit clearer now. Finn Balor does seem to be taking back control. Penta isn't turning heel. Braun Breaker didn't needlessly dive further into being a heel much either as well. But still, all in all, a good show. A fun show with you guys on the watch along as well, and this instant reaction review. The most noteworthy, I think, match or moment from the night was the Luchador match between Dragon Lee and El Grande Americano. And again, the way that match ended was quite shocking as well. Night to Casper. It has been fun indeed. Thank you for your comments, mate. And again, thank you to everyone that's been lurking in the background and those that have been commenting throughout the night on the watch along experience as well. I've been Scott. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and your Monday Night Raw watch along will be back in a few days for some more content. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you on the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.